Hey. Sorry, I had something stuck in my throat. Don't say anything. Don't say anything. Just shut up. Just shut up. Just shut up. I know what I just said. Yep. Yep, that'll do you. Sorry. I need a minute. Hey everybody, welcome. This is Mr. Hardcore Mode where nothing's easy. Warriors and witches, how y'all doing? And God bless. We are here with a big hard rant stream that I got a lot to talk about. I appreciate each and every one of you being here today. We got Discord to talk about. We got Maximilian dude talking about gamers in general, which I want to talk about. We got Overwatch, the activist. We got to talk about that. We got Fallout stuff that we have to talk about relating to the TV show. Lords of the Fallen 2 has a new video about their combat, which I really want to look into. We got a lot of stuff to look at. I appreciate each and every one of you being here. You did not just see me choke on a piece of chicken. That... Okay. Okay. How's everybody doing today? Oh my god. Oh my god. Okay. Yeah, I'm good. Everything's fine. Everything's fine. Jeez. God dang. I'm kind of like Idris Elba when he's... This is me right now. Hold on. What? What? This is me. This is me.
Oh shit.
I just had me a piece of chicken. You too? A brisket, brisk clown? I could go for a brisket right now. A lot of people have here on like, parents give babies a slice of lemon and then the baby goes like that. Eve, eat this. Eating what is this? The forbidden fruit. Oh my gosh. Eve, eat this. Eating, what is this? The forbidden fruit. And then Adam's like, yeah, women. Yeah, that's usually how it goes. Appreciate you all being here. I hope everybody's doing well. Now I'm hungry for brisket because Brisket Clown came on over. Anyway, I'm gonna ignore that. My fat ass keeps thinking about food. But I got one more piece of something. Man, we got a big stream. Big stream. I appreciate all the love and support you guys have been giving me. I have been having fun just playing video games, man. It feels so good to just play video games. And sometimes I look at video games and I'm like, I should play this with chat. And I'm like, no, I just want to play this on my own. Just me. I appreciate you guys being here. Everything's all cool and stuff like that. But sometimes I'll just be like, no, this is for me. This is for me. Okay, we got everything that we needed. Let's start off with something easy. Okay, let's go ahead and do this. I think, am I breathing yet? Am I breathing? I'm alive. I'm alive. Okay. Let's go ahead and start it off. Hey everybody, this is Mr. Hardcore Mode where nothing's easy. Warriors and witches, how y'all doing? And God bless. Remember that Relooted game that we were talking about? Yes, the game that was evolving Africans trying to get artifacts back to wherever they come from. Of course, Africa. Well, they're getting it from different places, mostly from Europe and a little bit from the US. And they're just trying to retrieve their artifacts. And I'm over here just like, did a bunch of white people get together and make a game related to black people stealing? They did. And so I was like, ain't nobody gonna want to play this game. Your characters are insufferable. The game is blatantly just being racist. And the funny thing is, people are, when they have artifacts of yours, and they are treasuring the artifacts that you have. And so it's just come to this point where it's just like, hey, we love your culture. We are showing it to the world. And then I'm like, and then they're like, well, we didn't tell you you could take our artifacts. And I'm just like, well, why didn't you just have that conversation? You know what I mean? It's like, why are you stealing it when you could just talk to them? You could just talk to them. Sorry, the music's a little bit loud. You could just talk to them and say, hey, we want those artifacts back in our culture. And then I'm just like, if I remember correctly, Africa really doesn't give a fuck about artifacts from long time ago. They really don't give a fuck. All they care about, if I remember correctly, Africans, especially like when it comes to like militia and stuff, they care about gold. They care about diamonds. Yes, they care about diamonds. They care about gold, diamonds. What else? They care about taking people's farmland. That's the kind of shit that they take care. They don't give a fuck about their culture. They don't give a fuck. They're like, yo, I mean, there's even good African people that are like, hey, I want to take care of my family and make sure that we have running water. And then we got these fake ass black niggas out here saying like, yo, he's like, yo, they care about the artifacts. They don't. They do not. That is why the artifacts are there in Europe or in the US, is because they don't care. They've already made agreements on it. So they're doing this whole pretend Marxist bullshit where it's like, these were supposed to come to us. What are you gonna do? What are you gonna do over there? So it's just like, it's this per capita shit that drives me insane, where everybody's like, yo, you can't just say that. Not all black people steal. And I'm like, nigga, per capita, there is a majority of white people, a huge majority of white people, and there's a small minority of black people. Black people love to be a victim and be a minority. They love that shit. And then you put a circle between both of them, white and black, and then that circle is per capita. And guess what? The most crime goes to the black people. And so it comes to all this stealing. Everybody knows about black people stealing people's bikes and all this shit. And I'm just like, it sucks. It sucks. I want the hood to be gone. I want no more hoods. I want kids to go outside and just be with their family. But no, these developers said, you know what African people want? They want a little artifact of a black clay character with a mask shitting himself, just kneeling down, going ooh, ooh. And I'm like, what the fuck is this, bro? What the fuck is this? Nobody ever asked this. And so this is what we got right here. We got 57 people playing this game. 57 people playing this game. You know what the funny thing is? Their PR, their marketing was way higher than any other indie devs. I keep on seeing indie devs coming out of nowhere on Twitter with only 500 likes saying, this is my game. And I'm just like, what the fuck is this game? Holy shit. Yeah, I'll wishlist it right now. This game looks cool. But for some odd reason, I get relooted on IGN, Polygon, on all these articles. I get relooted up in the front. Relooted goes up in the front. All these other cool actual video games are in the back of the fucking bus. You cannot hate game journalists enough. These motherfuckers, Rosa Parks, which by the way, Rosa Parks is an activist too. So I'm just saying, you know, they pretty much Rosa Parks all the fucking good indie games. They don't want to talk about those good indie games. Are you fucking kidding me? I just saw a waifu game where you can create your own waifu with a whole upgradable fucking class system. And I'm like, I could get a big tittied waifu who is an assassin, but also uses herbs. Fuck yes. Sign me up. Wishlisted. But I accidentally found that on Twitter. Accidentally. Relooted. It's everywhere. And then it gets articles and articles and articles. And I'm like, fuck this shit. You want a piece? You want a little piece of Relooted? Let me show you. This is my boy Phil Chan.
I heard you were back in town.
No way. No freaking way you gotta, but you... No way!
Let's see.
But I don't believe it, because I knew you would have come to see me.
That thing, I'm sorry. I was going to visit you eventually.
You've been gone a long time. It's good to see you.
You've been gone wrong time. I like how these motherfucking developers did not miss anybody. They said, bro, we could be racist to fucking everybody. In a way, I kind of respect it. They're out here being racist to black people. They're obviously being racist to white people. And then Asians are catching strays out of fucking nowhere. I'm just like, I didn't see that. I was like, what the fuck is happening now? And so, listen, this is not going to be a big video, okay? I just want to make some jokes. This game is not for anybody. It's not for nobody. And but by the way, 57 people only played this game, maybe 60. These are the same games that these people keep on saying, bro, stop hating. Then you play the game. Then you play the game. Well, I mean, I got stuff to do. No. You play the game. Bring your friends. Listen, I got stuff that I got to do. It's like, what game are you playing? Well, I listen. I'm not out here playing Gooner games or anything. And then you see these motherfuckers and they're playing fucking Bayonetta or fucking Nier Automata with mods or some shit. Get the fuck out of here. These are the same individuals that did the whole South of Midnight bullshit, where I'm just like, I know a couple of people were like, well, the combat's okay. It's a shit game. It's a shit game along with this shit game Relooted. Nobody came by. Nobody wanted to play the game. That's how the rule works. It's just how it is. It sucks to suck. Anyway, I'm going to leave it at that. Before we end this video, let's watch that again.
I heard you were back in town.
No way. No freaking way you gotta, no way!
But I don't believe it because I knew you would have come to see me.
That thing, I'm sorry. I was going to visit you eventually.
You've been gone a long time. It's good to see you.
Yeah. So nobody's buying it. That's just how it is. All right, let's continue. You just need more rice? More rice, more better? Listen, I don't know. I don't know. We're done with that. We're done with that. It's good to see you. And I'm like, oh my God, I'm scared. I'm scared, bro. I'll try to turn down the music a little bit. I apologize. Some of these videos that they have, they don't have music, so I just put music up. Okay. All right. Hey everybody, this is Mr. Hardcore Mode, where nothing's easy. Warriors and Witches, how y'all doing? And God bless. We're gonna watch a Matty Plays video. I think he has another channel called Matty Slop, and he is going to talk about the Fallout TV series that fell off. I mean, it fell off after episode 4 in season 1. The first 4 seasons were okay, and then after that, it was pure garbage and pure propaganda bullshit. And in season 2, they pretty much just said, listen, let's just pull all the levers. Let's just fuck up the lore. And that's what we're going to talk about. Todd Howard talking about fucking up the lore.
Season 2 of the Fallout TV show. I'm going to spoil it because what we're talking about here today are interviews with Todd Howard and some of the showrunners as well for Fallout. And we're going to talk about the season finale, the fate of certain characters, and what exactly that means. I've been holding off on this story until the end of the stream so that if those of you who need to peace out because you're like, hey, I do want to watch that, or hey, I haven't seen it yet, or I'm busy, or I'm waiting, whatever it may be, that's all good. I just want to make sure you guys had your out so that you could peace out and go do your thing. So Fallout Season 2 airs, and it's a lot of plot threads. There's a lot that Bethesda and Kilter and Prime got to do to tighten this thing up. As I talked about in my review, I really did enjoy Season 2. I loved Season 1 way more, but Season 2 has its problems, and too many plot threads is one of them. One of the big plot threads that's introduced in the finale of Season 2, really at the end of Episode 7, but explored a little bit in Season 2, is Mr. House. So, as you know, in the end of Fallout New Vegas, one of the endings you can pick is you can kill Mr. House. You can open up that tube, and you can smack his ass with a 9-iron, and he's dead. You know, the second he's exposed, technically he's dead as well. So, given the fact that, hey, this character can die, you can't really show him in the TV show because Bethesda is already committed to the idea of we will not be picking a canon ending. So how can Mr. House exist in this TV show in this point in the timeline after the strip is destroyed?
This is why I don't like TV shows where it's related to an RPG, much like how they're doing Baldur's Gate 3. You're doing a Baldur's Gate 3 TV show, and it's like, are you going to put what I put as the ending of Baldur's Gate 3? This is why I don't like anything. You could do a short story pertaining like Night of the Seven Kingdoms. That is a small story that is set within Game of Thrones. That makes sense. But if you do a whole and also there's no video game involved with the Night of the Seven Kingdoms. But when you do a game with an RPG with multiple endings, and then you're like, I got a TV show ready, and now you're just like, what ending is canon now? I don't like that.
If he's already dead based on some of our choices here, like where did the other one go? That sort of thing here.
I totally forgot. BioWare is doing a Mass Effect live TV series as well. Totally forgot about that.
Well, Todd Howard had commented on this here. We've got this interview here from Games Radar, who says, what existed before and how do you remain respectful to it? So this was the challenge with Season 2 for the team at Bethesda. And they were talking about like what New Vegas endings actually can. And they say, we talk about it a lot. Even when we do games, we talk about, hey, what existed before and how do you remain respectful of it? I think what we try to do is tell a story from the perspective of the people in the world, and sometimes you're going to get conflicting accounts.
They knew they were going to get conflicting accounts off the get-go. They just want to make money. This is not some sort of, oh, how are we going to do it? They knew. They knew. They may have had a couple of conversations about it, but they knew at the end of it, they were just like, there's only two things that you could do if you're going to do a Fallout series, is do a spin-off thing that's entirely its own, or you just put your whole TV series flat right on the fucking RPG of those games. And so you chose to put that on the time. Well, like if you did Fallout like a spin-off series, it would still be within the timeline, but it would be entirely on its own. Like, let's say for instance, Todd Howard and Amazon did a like little short story of an NCR sort of special mission between the NCR and the slavers Legion, and it wasn't pertaining to the leaders of NCR. It wasn't pertaining too much to the leaders of Legion. It was focused on the army, basically the army. It wasn't trying to focus on like the big characters. We're talking about Mr. House. We're talking about, you know, Caesar's Legion. It was just a small thing. Not in this Fallout series. This Fallout series said, no, we are in your face in the timeline. And they said, fuck it all up.
I already have some mixed feelings on that response there, because it's something that Elder Scrolls does where like you'll hear different things from different people. Some people love that. I don't think there is like one definitive way of thinking in a universe, but you can't have like someone as important as Mr. House is like, hey, did you hear he died? No, he actually didn't. He got his AI consciousness got uploaded thanks to cold fusion or some shit like that. Like that's where I get my back up a little bit here, right? Now, continuing on this article here, they talk a little bit more about like what happened in the season itself here. And then we end with an interesting little quote. They say, because the TV show is canon to the video game franchise, this alters things considerably, but Robertson Dware...
Because the TV show is canon to the video game franchise. No, it's not.
Says she doesn't see it that way, and that they simply aim to open the question of whether they did, and also introduce the Enclave as one of the most powerful entities in this universe. And oftentimes it's intentional that things are up for interpretation, and we have our...
Things are not up for interpretation. You need to understand that things are not up for interpretation. These are buzzwords, okay? These are things that they're just throwing out. They came in, they wanted to change shit, and then that's it. Sometimes the answer is easier than you think.
Own view of things that, you know, this series is going to go on for a while yet, Howard adds. But I think it's a good thing to open up those conversations, and you may get history, you may get conflicting reports on how some things went. So it seems like they're teasing a little bit of like, hey, hang with us, we'll answer those questions. But to me, it also reads as a...
I don't want to hang around on the Fallout series. I do not.
Fan, like, we opened up this plot thread that one of the main characters behind New Vegas...
And also another thing, your Fallout series TV show sucks. How are you going to make this canon when the story sucks? You ever thought about that? You ever thought about that? People like Fallout 1, 2, 3, and New Vegas. And then you come out and say, listen, here's a shitty story that's right on top of the thing that you like. It's like somebody made a cake. It's like somebody made a cake, but when they turn the cake over to you, you see a little piece of shit on the cake. And then I think Synthetic Man made the, oh my gosh, Synthetic Man did say the same thing. He said, oh my god. Basically, the cake is Fallout. It's the Fallout that we know and love. The little piece of shit is is the Fallout series. Just because the little piece of shit is on the cake doesn't mean that it's still gonna be a good cake. It's not. Now the whole cake is fucked up. Nobody's gonna be like, yo, well, there's only a piece of shit on the one side of the cake. Let me eat the other side of the cake. No, the whole cake is fucked up.
It's like the most popular character in that entry, one of the most popular characters in all of Fallout that could die, where you said you weren't going to pick a canon ending, is now back, and you're kind of like, we like to open things up. There might be conflicting reports and accounts, and it's like, okay, well, is it like we as fans only knew one Mr. House? Now we know there were two. Did the one that we killed at the end of New Vegas, was that the fake Robert House, and this is the real one?
I used to think just like Maddie plays. I used to think just like him. What he's doing right here, I used to think just like this, where it's just like, okay, then, well, if this is this and that is that, and then somewhere in my life, I just stopped and said, I think these motherfuckers are fucking with me.
Was that his backup plan? Like, is he an evolution of Howard Hughes, where there's a third house, really? Now,
this whole thing with the Fallout series is just because of jealous fucking Karens that come into our space from Fallout. They come to our space from Fallout, and they think that they could do a better job than Bethesda or Obsidian from back in the day. That's basically what this is. This has already happened in Star Wars. This has happened in Star Trek. This has happened in so many different IPs. This happened in Tomb Raider. This also happened with fucking Halo. These are individuals that are coming into a loving, historical, like, pop culture space and saying, look, I can do better than you. That's what this is. The whole interpretation, bullshit.
we get into this a little bit more here because this interview is also interesting. Fallout Season 2 will, again, avoid outright confirming which New Vegas ending is canon because we didn't want to contradict anyone's experience playing the games.
I don't believe you.
So the discussions Bethesda's Todd Howard, executive producer Jonathan Nolan, and co-showrunner Graham Wagner and the whole creative team had was that we wanted to avoid making any one particular ending correct in from any of the games. So when I read something like that, and then you're bringing House back, it's like you can't have your cake and eat it too. And this is the problem they had. Is
exactly.
Like, I wish they did pick a canon ending. That's my hot take on this whole series. Is that I think if you're going to go to New Vegas, there's just all these different factions, and they could have done all these interesting things.
Just come out and say that it's a spinoff. Just come out and say, like, yo, this is something that's away from the Fallout world. We're just playing around with it a little bit. Don't take this seriously. This is not part of canon of Fallout. We're just trying something new. But they won't say that because they'll lose people. They'll lose views.
With it, building off of a particularly canon ending. Maybe I got to see the story to its finale, but it just seems like if you're going to go to New Vegas, you can't really elude that. And I think it shows in Season 2, but maybe in Season 3, they tie some loose ends up.
I don't want them coming up to me saying, yo, you should keep on watching until you see our perspective. And I'm just like, nigga, you need my views.
And it all starts to make sense here.
I already see the bad.
Now, despite all of this, again, we're sticking with Games Radar here. We have an article titled, "Despite seemingly confirming one of New Vegas ending is canon, Fallout showrunner says no, actually, that Mr. House twist still allows."
Exactly. How are you going to come out and say, yo, this New Vegas ending is canon? You say, like, yo, it's definitely canon, and then come back and say, like, oh no, it's a twist. Let's hear it again.
many players' experiences.
Hold on. Let's hear it again.
Fallout showrunner says, no, actually, that Mr. House twist still allows many players' experiences to have happened here. So, again, this is the quote. It did seem to us like a version of him powered by cold fusion would be sort of the ultimate possible incarnation of Robert House, Robert Sindore tells EW, explaining the evolution of House, a character that is taken directly from the game. And as someone who is interested in robotics and artificial non-biological versions of selves, it made a lot of sense to us that this would have been something that he would have developed and sort of be the ultimate version of him, she continues. I've always seen it as something that allows for many players' experiences to continue to have happened, but still Robert House had this other version of himself that he was always ready to create, and what he needed was the diode.
I honestly think that this story sounds like complete gobbledygook. I think it's complete garbage. It's basically saying like, oh, he just I think it's an interesting outcome if we keep on shitting out Mr. House, and then we can get different sort of alternate endings. You see what I'm meaning? It's like Ra's al Ghul with the Lazarus Project, where he's always fucking keeping himself young, and it's just like, bro, we could just keep on fighting Ra's al Ghul, and then every time when he gets beat, we could just revive him and then fight him over again. It's like, but it's like, it's such a cop-out. It's such a bad writing sort of thing for you to keep on going, well, every time when a bad guy dies, we just say, oh, it's the cold fusion. We finally took out the bad guy. He had a little bit more cold fusion. We took out another bad guy. Guess what? He's got a second body, cold fusion. Yeah, sounds fucking horrible.
So what they're basically saying here is what we saw at the end of season 2 was like his failsafe, right? Which, again, man, like
he doesn't like it,
dude. Like,
he doesn't like it.
Okay,
just say it. Just say it.
All of the freaking out about the platinum chip, right? Like, we need the platinum chip. I need to see that done here.
Yeah.
If this man just had the ace up his sleeve, I have to ask myself why, as a player, any of that matter. I just platinumed the game, and I'm thinking to myself, like, all these moments, all these conversations, the urgency, the plan, the defense of the strip, right? Like, these are all pressing matters. But, like, Robert's fragility as a character is one of those reasons. Like, he's protecting himself, too. But if he knows he's got this backup and he needs cold fusion, is it just like the idea of, like, well, cold fusion wasn't there until the ghoul showed up? It's really hard for me to buy into because, again, I still have a choice that
it's horrible,
right? It can still happen where I killed one of the Robert Houses. So, again, they address this in the show. They say he was bludgeoned, he was poisoned. You know, they're referencing what the courier did. Like, that also kind of says right there, like, if you touch Robert House in that state, that man is dead. So,
yeah,
that confirms at least that choice during that point in the storyline. Like, it's not the ending per se, but that means like NCR or like Legion, like, you killed him in one of the non-house routes, right?
Yeah.
So I think despite what Todd and co are saying about changing the lore in New Vegas or building upon it, I think it's going to be a really interesting needle they've got to just like thread perfectly. And maybe they do.
No.
I just, again, think about how it conflicts with... Now it does really conflict with the New Vegas experience. Like, because I look at it this way. Nothing was in the back of my head when I was playing New Vegas. Now there's a little something in the back of my head. And I think that's where we kind of leave it for now. Now, there were also some other interesting quotes here because for those who don't know, and I guess if you're watching this, again, spoilers, Season 3 for the Fallout TV show is going to take us to Colorado, which I thought was pretty exciting here. Now, Den of Geek has a pretty big deep dive here on what's happening and kind of teasing new factions, new locations. I thought this was really exciting here, kind of looking ahead, because if you ask me what the biggest mistake this show made with season 2,
the biggest mistake that this Fallout season ever did was, well, first of all, the writing, but the biggest thing was you are putting these characters in areas that my character from the Fallout games has been. So you're fucking up the lore. That's why. these characters in the Fallout series should not be anywhere near my Fallout experience in the game.
It kind of was going to the strip because I have so much more optimism for when this show is making its own things, because this show is the show that made the Ghoul. One of the like literally in one season they gave the Fallout franchise a face that is as prominent as the Vault Boy. They made Stephanie Harper. What an amazing character so far. So they have all of these great characters that they've made. So I think
no, they didn't. The Fallout series, the Fallout season is shit. It's all bad. At first, I thought the main female was pretty interesting, and I thought the Ghoul was pretty interesting. I don't care about Maximus, or whatever his name is. But those two characters I cared about. Then I saw a little bit of season 2, and then I was like, nope, I'm out. It's all just a joke now. You'll have to find out for yourself for season 2. It was bad in the beginning in season 1. Season 2, I didn't even touch it.
they can be trusted.
Well, I saw the review. And I saw what was in season 2. So I did see what they put in there, and then they fucked up the lore.
On their own to just create. So when they're going to Colorado, I'm like, oh, great. They can just do their own thing here. There's no like, did someone...
He agrees. He just said it. Cool. You're going to Colorado. You're not touching any of the previous Fallout games, I believe. Yeah, I think so.
15 years ago, do something here. It's just their own little playground.
And this is good. Because season 3 will figure out. It already figured out to me that Fallout the series was not for a fan of Fallout like me. It was made for the modern audience. This third season for Fallout, since it's placed in Colorado, that is not placed in any of the Fallout, now they're all alone. They have to make their own shit now. You're going to Colorado, you're gonna have to make up whatever you got now. You can't. You've already fucked up all the other like fucking video games. So now you're gonna have to do your own thing, and this will decide who stays. Who's gonna keep on watching your show?
Kind of, right? Because there's a little semi-canon game that's hanging around there here. So they write here, while the state of Colorado exists in the Fallout games pre-war canon, where it's grounded alongside 3 other states as one of the 13 Commonwealth regions that makes up the U.S., which explains all of the American flags having 13 stars rather than the traditional 50, little is known about the post-apocalyptic wasteland era. According to Bethesda Game Studios director and TV show producer Todd Howard, that relative blank state is what made the location a lot more appealing. He says, we've always wanted to do that, where each season we want to go to new places. Just like the games, geography is such a fun part of the Fallout world, Howard tells Den of Geek. Obviously, there's going to be a journey to Colorado.
Well, yes, Colorado is one of those states. But my thing is, will you make something that's completely new in this series? Will it be enough for people to stay and watch?
But that journey might take us to some other places as well. So they do start to kind of have a little fun with something that's said in season 1 here. It's actually mentioned right here. They say, in acknowledging the potential for season 3's Colorado trip to some detours, Howard is invoking the Wasteland's golden rule. Thou shalt get sidetracked by bullshit every goddamn time. The roughly 750 miles that separate Las Vegas, Nevada from Denver, Colorado provide enough opportunity for the
I get it that you'll be sidetracked by things inside the video game, and also if you want to make a series, you can also be sidetracked as well. But the last thing you want to do is, first of all, you need to make sure that the story and people that are watching believe that it's good. First of all, you have to have a good story, okay? You do not want to fill up your story with fillers. Trust me, I've watched anime. Okay? You already, from season 1 to season 2, you've got random shit that just doesn't matter. Every time it turns out to be like, okay, well, this could be interesting. Can we go on that? And then it turns into something completely different. And you're like, why do we care about these characters? What is going on? None of this makes any sense. See, you have to make it to where the person that's watching your TV show doesn't realize that the story's not going anywhere. But I don't believe they got the stomach for it. I don't think they have what it takes. So this whole idea where, like, yeah, the characters in the Fallout series will be sidetracked, and I'm like, you've already sidetracked the watcher or the people that are watching in season 2 with bullshit that didn't even fucking matter.
School to be distracted here. Say, you just don't know, and I genuinely mean that, Wallen Goggins tells Den of Geek about Fallout 3's Season 3 location. A lot of things can happen right after the camera cuts, but we'll see.
Good things?
If he goes to Colorado, I'll be jumping for joy. If he doesn't go to Colorado, I'll be jumping for joy. I can promise you this, the story that will be thought through.
I'll be jumping for joy if he doesn't go to Colorado. I'll be jumping for joy if he doesn't go to Colorado. Where's the story going? I'm watching 4 episodes of Night of the Seven Kingdoms. 4 episodes, I'm already locked in. I'm locked in. I'm loving the characters. I'm caring for the characters. You have not provided that for me on Fallout.
And that, what happens, will happen the way it was supposed to happen for us. So Wallen's got all the confidence in the world here. What's interesting, though, is what Howard teases right here. Quote, I think it's really good to go to new places, even where the games haven't been. Develop that and explore. Who are the people there? What are some new factions? What are they doing to survive? It's the same approach we have with the games.
That's the thing, though. Already, I've been watching I've been watching what you've been having in the Fallout series, and I'm not enjoying myself. There's too many moments where I'm just like, well, why did this happen? What the fuck is going on? Okay, we got politics in here now. I mean, and also, you know how you watch those TV shows and they always keep on going back in time all the fucking time, where it's just like, okay, I'm trying to follow the story that's going on presently, and then out of nowhere they'll take you back in time to like years or 100 years later, and you're just like, I don't fucking care about this. I don't care about this. I mean, the whole thing that they did with the nukes was already trash. The whole idea that, like, yo, we can get more customers, we can save our company by destroying the world. Capitalism. And I'm like, that's not capitalism, that's tomfoolery, that's stupid. That doesn't make any sense, bro. What if we had so much money if we just destroyed everything? And I'm just like, that's so retarded. That's so dumb. There was already a reason for the nukes. There was a war between Americas and China. And they don't want to tell that story because it's like, well, we don't want to be mean to the Chinese people. And they also kind of hint about the Chinese people. They kind of hint about the Chinese, like, army in the Fallout Season 2, which is funny because the first person that you see is a Chinese female fucking, like, warrior, like a Chinese female, like a soldier. And I'm just like, in China, 1950, like old school China, having female Chinese soldiers. Okay.
It's this right here that I look at and go, yes.
Yeah, but Maddie Plays, is the story good? See, this is why I kind of get see, Maddie Plays is kind of like a golden retriever, and he sees something and then I'm just like, ooh, because I used to be like this. Oh, cool, new factions, new places, that's cool. Also, is it going to be good? Because already season 1 and season 2 was not good. if I remember correctly, in season 1, out of nowhere, in one of the vaults, people just started getting naked. And it was one of those rare occurrences where I was just like, what the fuck is going on? But also at the same time, please, everybody put your clothes on. And I was just like, no. And I'm over here like, what was the thought process into people being naked for the overseer? That was the biggest thing. I was just like, why though? What was the reason? It was so retarded. There was a lot of retarded stuff. And I'm just watching it, and I'm just like, I'm not watching because there was always something that just, I'm just like, why did they do this? Who are they? Why do we care about these individuals? And I was just, let's keep going.
And what's interesting is this little note. Colorado was originally intended to be a major setting of Black Isle Studios' never completed version of Fallout 3. Under Bethesda's stewardship, they know Fallout 3 ended up going to, of course, Capital Wasteland. They say, according to dialogue in New Vegas, however, Denver became home to large packs of wild dogs sometimes after the bombs had dropped. If that means the ghouls, Belgian Malinois buddy, meets some new puppers in season 3, then the setting will be just fine with us. I like that. Really well written. So that's a great interview there. So we have new factions that could show up. That's the stuff that excites me, like the new ways of life in a Fallout land. And I love that this also confirms that every season is going to take us somewhere new. We kind of felt that would be the case when season 1 ended with the New Vegas teaser. And now season 2 ends with the Colorado teaser. So now, if based on what Aaron Moten said, with like this being 5 or 6 seasons, there's still a bunch of locations that they can take us every season.
Somebody at the bottom left of his stream said, short TV seasons are a whole different issue. I agree, these shows need at least 10. I think the Fallout series should be smaller because there's too much of nothing going on. I'm trying to you watch the show, and you always have to resonate with characters. I cannot resonate with these characters. I thought I could resonate with the ghoul, but in season 2 he just does dumb shit. Or he's sidelined. And then the main character, the female, she's just, I'm just like, why would you do this? What's your purpose for doing this? And it seems like to me that she's trying to make the whole world happy. And I'm like, that's an interesting goal, but I'm just like, well, what? She seems to be like the person where it's just like, you know, it'd be a great idea is if I be nice to everybody and kill anybody that remotely disagrees with me. And I'm just like, I cannot follow this character that much. In the characters, the side characters don't pull me in that much. And also at the same time, why is Macaulay Culkin like part of Legion? It was so weird. It was so fucking weird. I was just like, why is Macaulay Culkin wearing some Legion gear? You should get like a big buff like dude that's in Legion. Macaulay Culkin has so much of a baby face that him being in a Legion costume just makes no sense.
So that keeps the kind of ideas open and flowing, and that makes me wonder where this is all going to conclude.
See, he cares about ideas, and ideas are easy. I just want to know if they're going to be good ideas, because I'm not getting that yet. Depends on the writers to bloat some stuff, and you wonder why it wasn't shortened to half of the episodes. Yes.
Right, where is it all going to finalize? What's it all going to come down to? But I thought these were on income.
This is why he's wearing a KOTOR shirt. It's because he knows good stories. Like Matty Plays knows good stories, and he's the type of person to give people a chance. I'm over here just like, I used to be a big Fallout fan. I used to be a big BioWare fan. I used to be a big fan of Star Wars. And I know that each and every one of these individuals don't give a shit about me anymore.
contrast to some quotes I'm a little bit unsure about, these were genuinely exciting. Like, I love that they're going somewhere and they're going to kind of make it their own, and especially because one of the best things season 2 did, in my opinion, was episode 1, where you took the cut content from Fallout New Vegas, which was Vault 24, and you made it to your own vault, and it fit perfectly in the story. And it was just right. It was just right. They did such a great job with the mind control vault and communism being the theme of it. It was perfect. So
you're gonna have to watch the show. It wasn't good. You're gonna have to watch the show. There's no way you're going to believe me unless you watch the show yourself. He thought it was good. Okay. Am I gonna be able to talk to you guys into, like, you're just gonna have to watch. I was just like, why?
More of that would be great. And again, when they've made great original characters and now they're going to their own kind of setting that they can mold the way they wanted to, I love that. I think they're going to do a really great job with that. And otherwise, that's really what's happening with season 3 so far. And they also talk a little bit about Liberty Prime, which I thought was obviously one of the biggest reveals here. There was an interview with the Hollywood Reporter, and they talk about how it was always a matter of how and when here.
They're gonna throw in whatever. It's just gonna be Cold Fusion again. Okay. They're just, the only reason that they're going to put Liberty Prime into this TV show is for member berries. That's it. They're going to throw in, it's like, oh, you like Liberty Prime? What's that? You like Valentine? You like Valentine? I'll give you Valentine. Do you like Three Dog? I like Three Dog. And I'm just like, it's, you know what it's like? I know what it's like. This Fallout TV series is like Fortnite. Throw in every fucking thing from other Fallout games into this series. That's what you should do. That's what you should do. You look at it, and it's just like, oh, okay, so we got a set story within these characters. Oh, we're gonna do Fallout 3 stuff? Okay, cool. We're doing Fallout 3. We're doing New Vegas stuff now? Okay, we're stretching ourselves a little bit thin here. We're doing Fallout 4 stuff now? Guys, we're spreading we're just picking things from the other Fallout games. Oh, okay, so now we're doing stuff from fucking Fallout okay, all right, Fallout, yeah, we're doing Fallout 76 stuff. Okay, all right, we're doing Fallout 2 stuff. And then it just becomes an amalgamation of everything from Fallout melded together. And I'm not talking about death claws. Death claws are always going to be in this game. Yagwais always going to be here. What else? Like the stuff that you'll always see. Ghouls, it's always going to be here. I'm talking about the big stuff that made certain Fallout stuff really interesting. The Enclave was really in, like, the Enclave is in most of the Fallout games, like in almost each one. That's normal. My thing is Fallout New Vegas, house. Fallout 4, Valentine, synthetics. Fallout 3, Liberty Prime. And these developers put all of these Fallouts in a burrito and mushed it all together Chipotle style and said, here, eat it. And you're just like, what's in it? Everything. Anybody like everything bagels? I fucking hate everything bagels. And that's what this is. Member berries, everything bagel bullshit. And so I don't have any hope for Fallout. I'll go ahead and send this to you guys if you want to watch it later. For Matty Play's sake, I hope he likes it. Not for me. Let's stop giving people props for basic decency and bare minimum of character. Exactly. It's like, hey, you remember Liberty Prime? You remember Liberty Prime? I remember Liberty Prime. Okay. You remember Liberty Prime? I remember. I remember Liberty Prime, and I'm like, oh my god, again. Okay. Okay, let's go ahead and talk about High Guard. This is going to be a quick one. Maddie and Luke Stevens are the only shills that actually critique. They're like in the middle. It's like, they're kind of like Co-Carnage, where they're just like, let's give them a try. And I'm over here. We're not talking about High Guard right now. We're not, you know what? Rainbow, Tekla, all you guys, we're gonna talk about exactly what you're talking about. We are going to talk about streamers and fucking shills right now. We're doing that right now. Yeah, I want to talk about that. Hey everybody, this is Mr. Hardcore Mode, where nothing's easy. Warriors and witches, how y'all doing? And God bless. I have been wanting to talk about this for a very long time, relating to game developers and the gamer, the connection and what's the community between the two. And even though I'm not a game developer yet, even though I'm trying to create myself something bit by bit, the biggest thing that is my concern is making sure that you guys are having fun. It's not a money thing. It's not my issue. Anything that happens to me is my own issue. If I was to make my own video game, I do not care whether or not the gamers dislike me or like me. I am willing to listen to both. It's like, hey, I don't like your game. Why do you not like my game? Oh, wow, you're actually gonna talk to me? Oh, the reason I don't like your game is because you don't have same-sex relationships. Well, I'm sorry to say, I will not be having same-sex relationships in my RPG. He's like, you are free to pick whatever game that you would like. And if they keep on hating me for that, that's fine. That's okay. I'm sticking with what my formula I have in my game. I know what the gamers want. And I'm not making a game for everyone. I'm making a game for the gamers, and pretty much a manosphere sort of a dark fantasy / high fantasy game in my head. And so my issue is to make sure, because I'm just like you, I'm normal, I'm just like you, I'm a God-fearing man. I want fantasy, I want RPG, I want to make a build, I want to have a fucking story, and I want to make sure that you are happy. If you hate me, that's fine. I'm willing to listen to why, and I'm also willing to listen to critiques, and I'm also willing to listen to people that also enjoy my game. All three. If somebody comes up and doxing is the only, doxing or death threats are the only thing that I don't encourage anybody to do. If I was to make my own game, doxing, death threats, none of that here. Period. But if you say, yo, this game is trash, how can I make sure that the game is less trash for you? How can I get you to be over here? Well, the reason that your game is trash is because there's not enough progression within your game. Okay, can you spit some ideas for me? Yeah, sure. Hit me up on the DMs. That's it. So we got Maximilian dude over here, and he's got something to say. I'm not mad at Maximilian dude. I would like to hear his version, and then I'll read what this person says right over here. I'll read what this person said, and then I'll read the person that disagrees. We'll start off with what Max said.
in the same way that we make content and we see people react to our shit, you get people that are just purely negative and you're like, damn, just a hater. I will never get them on my side. I can write that bitch a check for $1,000. Their opinion would not change. So in the same way, developers look at the big haterade content for a lot of games and go like, that's not our core audience. That message doesn't actually matter. Like, we don't need to appeal towards them. But if you're like, hey, this game has this that are great, and it's really good and it's running good, but this and this and this and this and this, these are big ass problems. So finding that criticism middle ground became really important to me, which is why like my relationship with devs now, whenever I run into them, they're like, be honest. In the same way that,
which sort of makes sense, because you do want them to be honest. And when it comes to making a game, this is my biggest thing. You're always going to have haters, and that's fine. You're always going to have people that are positive. That's fine too. And you're always going to have critics. My issue with what he said is that maybe we should be able to listen to those haters, because there are certain, yes, you want to make a game that fits what you want, and I have that too. But there's a big amount of people that hate your game because you've changed it. This is not some brand new video games we're talking about. Brand new video games, whatever you make, I hope it happens. But there are too many IPs out here that had a lot of love to give, that's been around for 15 or 20 years, and then the developers change everything. Or the things that they had have been reverted and played with. Now they're on to political ideologies. They're trying to pertain to modern audiences and that sort of thing. Which I wish he could see, and I think he does. But let's listen to the individual that agrees with him. This is such a good point by Maximilian. Many creators can tell the difference between pure hate and actual criticisms, especially if they've been doing it for a while. Some of you are literally just yelling into the void, thinking they will process it as critique. You should. We had a whole thing about Highguard developers saying, what did they say? Didn't they just say that Highguard doesn't matter how many players are within Highguard? And so now they're reportedly laying off most of their team. They said, we don't care about the numbers. We just care about, we're just here to put what we want on the game. And guess what? It didn't fucking work out. This is a brand new IP. And even though this is a brand new IP, you remember the time that Highguard came out on the trailer with fucking Jeff Keighley? Because this is exactly what Maximilian dude was talking about. This is exactly what Maximilian was talking about, where everybody unanimously hates Highguard and doesn't want to play your game. They're going back to Arc Raiders, Marvel Rivals, Overwatch. The game doesn't fucking matter. At the end of the day, the only person that decides your success is the gamer. It does not matter if you have haters and your game doesn't succeed. That is your issue. You're always going to have somebody that hates your game. You're always going to have that. But if you're always going to have haters, you're going to have people that like you, and then you're going to have people with constructive criticism right down in the middle. But if you have so many haters and your game doesn't succeed, it is on you. It is on you. These are Apex Legend and Concord devs in here. The Concord devs didn't understand that we don't like fucking unattractive or mid characters, except one of the characters with the orange hair. She seemed kind of attractive, but the rest of the characters, they didn't feel like shit. Okay? Also, there was this muscular, ugly chick with a mask on What the fuck was that? The fuck was that modern audience bullshit? But most of those characters didn't feel like shit. They didn't feel alive. Much like some of the Overwatch characters that I've seen lately. They don't feel like they exist. And so, the other one would be Apex Legend developers. Which is funny, because I'm surprised that these Apex Legends developers that's been knowing about people wanting Titanfall 3, the fact that they couldn't think in their head, bro, let's make a game that's related to mechs and shooting. Let's do that. Let's make a game where it's mechs, parkour, shooting, wall riding. Let's do that and call it something else. That didn't come in their fucking mind, because as soon as Jeff Keighley said, these are developers from Apex Legends, people screamed because they thought in their head, yo, we might get something related to Titanfall. It might not be Titanfall, maybe, but it would be cool if we got giant mechs and fucking wall riding and shooting and shit. But no, we didn't get that. We got fucking riding around in a fucking horse and shooting people. 3v3 boring ass shit. They said, you know what would be a good idea? Is having 6 people on a giant map hitting rocks. That was their idea. And so you look at this and you say, we shouldn't listen to the hate. There's no way I'm going to be able to appease you. There's no way I'm going to be able to appease you. And then guess what happens? You are out of a job. But guess what? Because nobody fucking talks about it, and I'm the only one that has to fucking talk about it. Nobody ever talks about these developers wasting the gamers' time and wasting their money. We only get 14 days and 2 hours to play your game to quickly go, I don't want this game. We have a short fucking window. So when you come out with a trailer, we don't have this whole rental system going on anymore. Everything is digital now. We don't got much of a rental system going on with your fucking games, especially when it comes to live service games, bitch. We don't have that. All we got now, you and the whole gaming industry have shortened the window on returns and rentals and said 2 hours, 14 days. PlayStation, you might as well not even talk to PlayStation's fucking community service, because they're like, we noticed that you played the game for 5 minutes, and so we're not going to give you a return. The only time that they'll do a return is in less wide range of fucking disagreement. Like when Cyberpunk 2077 came out on day 1 and people were able to get returns. Everybody was like, I feel sorry for the devs. Fuck the devs. You wasted my time. I waited this long. You've delayed the game this many times. What about fucking me? What about fucking me? Here's an opposite story. Even though I disagree with Warhorse Studios having even though I disagree with what Warhorse Studios did in KCD2, and there was some hate, albeit still, you know, like it's not hate that's just hate. It's just hate out of love. Nobody fucking comes out here and hates just because of the hate. They would come out and be like, yo, I liked KCD. What the fuck is KCD doing with these politics? The game's still good and it sold well, but we're still pissed. So there's that sort of you know, pull in there where it's just like it's egregious but not too egregious. This person over here says, I agree with them, by the way. I can write them a check for $1,000 and their opinion would not change. All right, wrap it up. Max said the quiet part out loud. Maybe those people who don't change their opinions are telling you the truth. Not everyone can be bought and paid for. Shocking, I know. I know that he just did a little play on words, but pretty much this individual is correct. We don't care about your money. We don't care about shilling. We don't care about this whole, oh, you could fly us over and we could test a game. No, we want this game to be done right on day one. That's what we want. I don't want to fucking be your friend. I don't want your $1,000. Oh, well, to be honest, but we're not here to be bought and paid for. We're here because we're trying to enjoy your product. We're here to enjoy your fucking product, and you didn't give us that. And then you get layoffs, and then you make videos like this. You make videos like this, and I think that's cool that he has this conversation, but I have to preface this. I have to. Fuck the developer's feelings. What matters is the gamer. If I come out with a game and I failed them and the game fails, I say I'm sorry. I do that. Not, oh man, these people, listen, don't listen to them. They're just haters, they're grifters, they're doing this for money. We ain't getting shit. All these people say the same shit over and over again. These shills get flown up and then they get like sent like codes, and then they get to play the game for 5 hours and say, this game might be game of the fucking year. I've only played 6 hours of Hide Guard. It's the best game I've ever played. No, we're not gonna get much money from these fucking. There's view bots and you can buy fucking likes on Twitter. Okay, you're not getting much. You're not getting much. And also, here's another thing. A lot of these people that hate your game, guess what? They don't have premium fucking accounts. A lot of them don't have premium fucking accounts. That means they ain't getting shit. That means they're hating you for free. It's crazy, man. I don't have a blue check mark. They're hating you for free. It's crazy, nigga. That's crazy. So I think that's fine that Max has this idea. I would like to have a conversation with him. It's not going to happen. I think Max is an okay dude, but I have to preface this every single time. You are there to serve the gamer. Do you want to put a certain thing on your game that appeases a certain group of people? Fine, but you better come out on top. I want to make a game that's just for straight people. I want to make a game for people that like appealing characters. I want to make a game where people like to make builds. I want to make a game that has lore and beauty with it, and also a disgusting realistic tone to it with a dark, sort of world to it that's deep in lore. Not deep in lore where I throw a book at you and then you read it for 5 minutes and then you're just like, wow, that's a whole bunch of bullshit. I want to put the lore in your face and show you. And if that game doesn't succeed, it is on me. It is not on the haters, it is on me. So, I just want to end it there. I know I went a little bit hype there. I just wanted to say that. I'll see you guys next time. Being paid for or not isn't even the main issue. People have their political leaning, which translates into everything nowadays, especially what kind of opinions do you hold. Yeah, and the funny thing is, you better make sure that your opinion is correct. That's the thing. You wanna, it's like, hey, this person has certain politics but they want to focus on the gamer. You can work with people that disagree with you on certain politics and still come out with a game where where most people enjoy it. Not everybody, but most people will enjoy it. People are being prepaid on the basis of what possible opinions will they expose. You don't prepay a tranny to promote Knight's Path. You pay them for Voto, the lesbian sim. I see what you're saying. Sorry, it took me a second to see what you meant. So basically, I don't care who gets paid. I treat everyone if they're paid. Yeah. For me, I'll listen to a hater. I'll listen to him. I don't care. Become a member, a level tryhards. Appreciate it. You don't have to. It's all for free here. It's corny. Nathan, I see you. Yes, stand on business. Did Max admit to being a shill? I think Matt, if he wants to get money, I respect people for getting money. What I don't respect is when you come out and say like, well, you guys are doing the same thing that I'm doing. And I'm like, nigga, look at my bank account. It's still $200 on here. I'm not getting anything. What are you talking about? It's like, well, I might be shilling, but all of you are doing the same thing. And I'm like, nigga, I got ramen with hot dogs. The fuck are you talking about? And he's like, you mean to tell me you're hating this game for free? Yes. I'm hating this game for free. Abso-fucking-lutely. Gee. Ooh, hold on. There's too many games out here that come out. There's too many games out here that just come out and they're legitimate games and they're just not seen. And so the games that we do see are from Access Media and we don't like it. And then somebody out of nowhere stop everything. We've talked about Relooted. We have talked about High Guard. We have talked about all these Access Media games and we don't like them and we're not going to play them. Do you want me to show you a game that I accidentally found and I'm ready to play it on day one? Let me show you. Let me show you the game that I accidentally found that I'm ready to play. I want this game. That's a guy complaining about KCD2. There we go. Oh, he's mad. I was flaming this guy for the whole KCD2 thing. Here it is. Here it is. Ladies and gentlemen, I bring to you Reblade: The Death Spiral. It's an action roguelike game. So, this is a character that you play, and you have outfits galore. But that's the training grounds. 26 seconds of combat is... Wait, there wasn't there... Here we go. Here's 2. I'll show you more. Oh, I totally forgot to change the screen. My bad, guys. My bad. Okay. My bad. I apologize. I wasn't paying attention. I was hyped to show you the game. Okay. So basically the game's called Replay the Death Spiral. It's an action-like rogue RPG game. This is the game right here. This is your main character that you can design and change up right here. I don't want to play too much of that because I'm going to get in trouble. Yeah, you can design your character in any sort of way. I'll talk about that in a minute. But here is some combat. That's some combat right there. I think there's some more. Of course, there's costumes again. The game's got a lot of beauty to it. So, and there's also a little bit more that I found right up here. I accidentally found this game. I wishlisted it. It's up. Not that one. Wait. Did I already pass it? That's Training Grounds. Training Grounds is fine. So this is pretty much the combat. I think they need to work a little bit more on the audio and also the not only the audio but also how the destruction of the enemies they need to work on, because if you slice a fucking robot in half just vertically, you want to show that shit, you know what I mean? And so I had a little talk with I had a little talk with them, and they're showing the gameplay, and I was just like, let's talk business. Jiggle physics, yes or no? And they were just like, we'll see. And I was just like, let's talk business. Jiggle physics, yes or no? Let's get down to brass tacks. And that was a game that I accidentally found. I accidentally found that game. But anyway, I think what we want to do. Ooh, man, that last one fucked me up. I think let's talk about Lords of the Fallen 2. Lords of the Fallen 2 that I'm kind of excited for. I think it's gonna be on Epic's Game Store here. Oh, is it 41 minutes? I'll leave that for last. Let's talk about Discord. Because Discord got me fucked up. This is Real Life Fake Wizard. Hey everybody, this is Mr. Hardcore Mode, where nothing's easy. Warriors and wenches, how y'all doing? And God bless. We are going to talk about Discord and how I might be leaving Discord here soon. Especially because, well, even though a lot of you are on Discord, I don't want you to go through something on my server and have to use photographs of yourself or using your own ID, your private information on a website that has already had problems with leaked information and having it hacked and information that has been taken from you. So maybe we might go to TeamSpeak, but we'll see. We'll see. Let's go ahead and talk about this.
I'm the real life fake wizard. Discord, the instant messaging app, is about to require you to submit either a government issued photo ID or a facial scan to continue using the platform. If you don't comply, your account gets locked into a restricted mode designed for teenagers. You lose access to age-gated servers, your direct messages get limited, your content filters get locked, and you're treated like a child on a platform you've been using likely for years.
Yep.
And the reason they're giving you for this is teen safety, which sounds noble until you remember
they don't care about team safety. This is not the reason that they want your information is so they can sell your information to advertisers. Okay? And also the hacking issue. Because they've already been flippant with the whole thing anyway. So, let's keep going.
that this same company had a massive data breach 5 months ago, where government IDs submitted for age verification were stolen by hackers. Discord is asking you to hand over the most sensitive personal biometric information you have to a company that has already proven it cannot protect it. So today,
you know what the funny thing is? You remember back in the day when your parents told you don't save your password on don't save your password or don't put your information on websites, and now these motherfuckers are on here saying just put your social security on a random third-party website. You think, really?
I'm asking you sincerely to consider deleting your Discord account or to start preparing to. I know that sounds dramatic. I know Discord is where your friends are, where your gaming groups are, where your communities live. I understand that. But what this company is doing right now represents something much bigger than one app. And I hope by the end of this video, you're going to agree with me that this is a line that should never be crossed.
Very true. And as much as I would like part of me is just like, oh man, this would be a good idea so we can monitor people that have been trying to plot things like, you know, the anti-ICE sort of people like Antifa and all these fucking weirdos online trying to get, you know, fucking trying to contact like children. The thing is, first of all, I don't trust you with my personal information. And number two, don't we already have the ability to show you whether or not I'm 18 or not by actually using my card? Like I think Steam is like the perfect example, because literally in order for me to purchase something on Steam, you use your card, and getting a card, you have to be 18, correct? Yes, correct. You have to be a certain age to have a credit card. So that's all you need. You don't need my fucking driver's license. You don't need any of that shit. I have a card, therefore I am 18. I'm not out here trying to buy fucking, well, I was about to say I'm not trying to buy I'd be lying if I wasn't looking for titties, but that's a different issue.
Today's indie game shoutout is Stray Path, an innovative adventure and strategy game
I can't do card games. I'm sorry.
that blends free cell mechanics with roguelike gameplay. Choose from colorful characters and explore a randomly generated world. Drag cards, optimize your choices, select equipment, and uncover the mysteries of this mysterious Stray world. To learn more about this and hundreds of other indie games, visit our free indie game discovery network, fakeportal.com, or scan the QR code on your screen. Now back to the video. Alright, so what is actually happening with Discord? Well, in early 2026, Discord announced a global rollout of mandatory age verification features set to begin this March. The system works like this. Discord has built an AI model that analyzes your account behavior. Things like how long you've had the account, what devices you use, and patterns in how you interact with communities. And then it uses that data to make a guess about whether you're an adult or a minor.
What the fuck? What? That's First of all, you do realize that if you, I mean, technically there's already AI within a lot of these apps, but also by the way, if you have Discord and you hate AI, you don't hate AI enough. You know what I mean? Where it's just like, oh, well, I don't like AI, but I want Discord. I guess you don't hate AI enough. For anybody that hates AI. So it's like, for anybody that hates AI, now it's a perfect time for you to hate AI and get out of Discord. As let's continue, because I want to talk about something else. I'll talk about it right now. No. So the person that killed Charlie Kirk used Discord, and this is not a relation because, oh man, he plays video games, therefore he must be like a murderer. No, it's not that. What I'm saying is he had conversations on Discord about trying to kill Charlie Kirk. And I'm over here thinking, oh man, well, that would be kind of a good idea to have some sort of, enforcement to make sure to watch out for people that are trying to plot certain things online. And I'm thinking to myself, well, I don't trust Discord or the government or any of these people to hold my information, or anybody that's doing anything devious online. I don't trust them with my information. And you're telling me that I could, what if I say titties and they're like, yo, you said titties a lot. Are you an adult? Is that how it's going to fucking work? Also the fact that the data's already been stolen already. So I'm all for the idea to make sure to watch out for certain people that are up to something, but nobody has the know-how or the ability to make sure that my personal data is secure, and nobody even cares about these kids anyway. Let's just be honest here. Nobody fucking, I have not seen an individual come out and say, hey, I'm with Discord. I really want to make sure that anybody that's up to something, whether it be children or like assassinations or, that sort of thing, I really want to hammer it down. No, I don't believe you. I honestly do not believe you in the slightest to do any of that thing. Out of nowhere, the corporations care about people's lives. Get the fuck out of here.
If the system decides you're an adult with enough confidence, you're fine. If it doesn't, or if you want access to anything that's age gated, you need to verify. And verification means one of two things. Either you upload a government issued photo ID like a passport or a driver's license, or you submit a video selfie for what they're calling facial age estimation. If you refuse to do either of those things, your account gets permanently set to what Discord is calling teen by default mode. That means no access to NSFW channels, restricted direct messaging, no participation in voice stage events at all, and locked safety filters that you cannot change on a platform that you might have been using since 2015.
Yep.
Where you might run a server with thousands of members, where, like myself, you might conduct business, coordinate creative projects, or maintain relationships with people all over the world.
That's another thing too. You have my personal information. You are probably scanning my DMs, and I have personal information. Let's say for instance, you're a developer working at Rockstar. You're a developer working at Rockstar with other Rockstar employees on Discord. You're passing around DMs to other Rockstar employees. We're just talking about video games. One of the biggest video games, which is GTA 6, that's supposedly going to come out in 100 years. You're passing information down, and then all of a sudden, that information gets leaked. I'm fucked. The employee that I gave the information is fucked. Discord is fucked, because now we're gonna have to pass down lawsuits because information's gone now. It's like these hackers just, because this is the funny thing. Hackers are these sort of people that meddle with like DDoSing and hacking like accounts. It's either one of the two. They're doing it because they want to show that they can do it and say like, hey, you're the bad guy. You know, they have some sort of ideology to it, or they just want to fuck with people. It's one of the two. Both of them suck. And so you're in this position where you're going to lose your job because data has been taken. And you think Rockstar Studios is going to care whether or not Discord, you know, let slip, you know, your information? No, they're going to come to me and fire me because somehow, you know, they're going to fire me and still do a lawsuit on Discord. So it's not just bad people online. You're also fucking with other people online. Also, breach of privacy using AI to scan your DMs. Very big breach of privacy. If they haven't done it already.
You don't hand over your face or your ID, you lose functionality. That's the deal.
If only Jeffrey Epstein verified himself.
Now, Discord is framing this like it's a child safety initiative, and I want to address that right away because it is very important. Protecting children online is a real problem. Predatory behavior on platforms like Discord is documented and serious, and I'm not going to sit here and pretend otherwise. But the question isn't whether child safety matters, because of course it does. The question instead is whether this is the solution. Is requiring every adult user on the platform to submit biometric data or government identification to a private company a proportionate and trustworthy response to that problem? I certainly don't think it is. And
the funny thing is, Discord already has the know-how to look at your information. They don't need verification on what you look like and all this personal information. They don't need your social security. They don't need photo. They don't need anything. They're able to find this. Like, let's say for instance, the FBI wants to contact Discord, which they've already done. FBI contacts Discord saying, I need this individual's information. And they're like, okay, well, I need to work with the FBI because this is the FBI and I'm not going to fuck this shit up. Give me information on these characters. Okay, here you go, and here's all the DMs. They've already done this. Already. There's no update going around saying, yo, I need photos of everybody. They've already done it. This is not the perfect solution because they already have enough information. Any breach beyond that is just cyberpunk.
And I think when you look at what Discord has actually done with sensitive user data in the very recent past, the answer is obviously no. In October of 2025, a third-party vendor that handled age verification and customer support for Discord was compromised by hackers. The attackers had access for approximately 58 hours, during which they extracted data from support tickets. That data included names, email addresses, IP addresses, partial billing information, and here's the big one.
Billing information? Jesus Christ.
Government issued ID.
Government issue IDs? Bro. This is 5 months ago. And they think that they can throw AI in here thinking, boom, photo and ID verification and driver's license, whatever. And then an AI bot that says, are you saying big boy words? That's it. AI, big boy words. I need to see if you're saying big boy words. And photo ID and your social security and on all your private information. That's the extent of their knowledge. That's the extent. That he's like, bro, this is all we need to make sure that nobody's up to something. I guarantee you guys, they already have information. They're already able to dive into. They don't need. You know how most of these websites say on here, most of these websites, especially when it comes to you purchasing something online, they always, what do they always say? They always say, hey, we never have to get your information on DMs or your personal, or any sort of personal information. if you ever get an email like that, that's not us. We already have the information that we need. It's like there's no need to have a conversation about it. Any email that's giving you, that's coming out saying, hey, we need to get your card again, those are lies, those are scams. That's what I mean. They already have your information. They already have enough of your information.
Images, passports, and driver's licenses.
Sorry.
The exact kind of documents that Discord is now asking every user on the platform
No perfect solution. EA objects
to submit. Discord said the breach only affected about 70,000 users.
Only wait, sorry. What did you say? What do you mean? Any nigga, if it was just 3 people that got their the shit stolen, you failed. You failed. What do you mean only? What does that mean? It's just, here's a perfect example of what they just said. A family of 5. Father, mother, and 3 kids. Some guy comes over, kills one of the kids. That's like coming out and saying, like, bro, you still got 2 daughters, still got 2 kids left. The fuck does that even mean? The fuck does that even mean?
The hackers claimed it was closer to 2 million. Discord
2 mil? I believe the hacker. Why would the hacker lie? What? Why would the hacker lie?
disputes that number and says the hackers were exaggerating for extortion purposes. But even if we take Discord's numbers at face value, 70,000 people had their government ID stolen because they trusted this company with that information. That's 70,000 people who now have had their personal passport photos floating around in the hands of criminal organizations. And that's
passport photos. God damn. Korean Cowboys 42 says, only 70K people, definitely not a big deal. 70K plus their family members involved, which means it's more than 70K people. That's very true. That you're 100%. If they get government information from a father, that means they got information on the mother, and they also got information on the kids, maybe even grandma.
Data doesn't expire. You can't just change a password, right? You can cancel a credit card, but you cannot change your face. Once biometric data is compromised, it's compromised permanently. And now, 5 months later, this same company is telling every single one of its 200 million users to hand over the same type of data. They switched to a new third-party vendor after the breach, which I'm sure is very reassuring to the 70,000 people whose passports are already out there. Don't worry, you guys. We found a different company to lose your data this time. Wizard, I don't understand. Why is biometric data specifically so dangerous? Yeah, most people think facial scan and they think it's like unlocking their phones. In this case, it's not. When you use Face ID on your iPhone, that data is stored locally on a chip inside your device.
Yeah, it stays on there locally. Yeah, it does. I knew this ever since PlayStation did it with when you have a camera on your PlayStation. I stopped that shit. After finding out that PlayStation just, it felt so weird to use my facial recognition to open up my PlayStation, and I thought, I don't need to sign in anymore. Why is it that I don't need to sign in anymore? Like it's just like, what are you going to do with that information now? And I just stopped after that.
It never leaves your phone. It's never uploaded to Apple servers. What Discord is asking for is fundamentally different. You are submitting your facial data or your government ID to a third-party verification service, which processes it on their servers, which means it exists outside of your control the moment you hit submit. Discord says the data is deleted after verification, and maybe it is, but
how many of you believe that that data is deleted? Let's go.
We've had one too many stories of social media companies who promised to delete biometrics and then it turns out they didn't do it at all. In a 2024 settlement, Zuckerberg's Meta agreed to pay $1.4 billion for unlawfully capturing facial geometry data from users without consent and lacking a proper deletion schedule, leading to a prolonged retention of biometric identifiers. That's a lot of words to say they were holding on to your face for a lot longer than they should have and without your permission. This is not the only time Meta has been caught recklessly managing user biometrics either. They've been sued many times before. In 2025, not too long ago, a class action including Snapchat's Snap company revealed biometric information was retained beyond necessary periods, contrary to Snap's assurances in their privacy policies. Again, this was just last year, and it was Snapchat. Pretty big deal. TikTok has faced lawsuits for scanning users' faces in video effects without disclosing retention schedules or ensuring timely deletion. They've been in.
I bet a lot of these are done in the EU because for some odd reason, when it comes to EU, for some odd reason, when it comes to online purchases, Europe slays the fucking lawsuit market. They're just like, it's like, you need to make sure that you pay the people online for what they paid for. You need to stop scamming them. No more loot boxes. No more this. And then somebody says, can you do something about the rape gangs? What rape gangs? What are you talking about? What? I don't, what is he talking about? Listen, I'm not racist. Anyway, no more loot boxes. No more loot boxes. We need to make sure that these online people are getting exactly what they deserve. And I'm just like, God damn, okay, all right. You're gonna do something about the deportations? You're gonna...
Definitely storing your biometrics too. I think my favorite one of these, because there's a lot, is the T app, a platform for women to visit and trash talk all the men.
I remember this. Some dude came out and released that fucking like private information on that T app. I remember this.
They've dated. To join the platform, it required selfies and government IDs for verification, promising deletion after review. However, a 2025 breach exposed 72,000 images, including 13,000 verification selfies and IDs from pre-2024 users. Another company promising to delete biometric data, but didn't. Also, hey ladies, some unsolicited advice here. If 9 times out of 10 the dudes you're dating are assholes,
true, Tekla,
that's not on the guys at that point, okay? That's on you. You've got a 90% failure rate. You are a bad judge of character, and you should look inward to figure that out. But, you know, going on an app to bitch and moan is peak modern day culture collapse, am I right? Anyway, there are a lot more companies that have been tied up in lawsuits revealing they've been reckless and dangerous with your information.
Right.
I've only named 4, but you also have Instagram, Twitter, Everalbum Inc., the photo company, Rite Aid, which is ridiculous, Google, and even a bunch of airlines have been sued over this. If someone steals your facial data, they can use it for identity theft. They can use it to bypass.
Yes, thank God he's talking about this. Thank God. I've been talking about identity. By the way, I am so glad that the SAVE Act has been, by the way, over in America, the SAVE Act has been implemented. Thank fucking God. That means you need to have ID. You need to have voter ID. You need to have photo ID you need verification to vote. You can't just walk in there. You can't just walk in there and just say, hey, can I just vote 5 times? No. That is ethical. That is ethical fucking ID. That's completely ethical. What I'm trying to say is, God damn it. I got so hyped that I totally forgot what I was going to say. But what I'm trying, God, give me a second. Give me a second. It's been a long day, guys. I got a lot in my head. But, it's like, let him repeat what he's saying.
Facial data. They can use it for identity theft. They can use it to bypass security systems that rely on facial recognition. And with the way that
Yes. Okay. That's what I'm trying to say. Basically what I'm saying, when you have voter ID, it makes sense that you would need ID for voting. It's like, I know it could be too big to rig, but you can still rig an election. But when it comes to things online, when it comes to private information on the big wide web, that can become an issue. Because that becomes an issue because you might be thinking, oh yeah, we're here to save kids. No. They can use that data to sell it to the highest bidder to other people. Everybody thinks, oh, it's money. Money makes the world go round. No, it's information.
That AI is advancing right now, they can use it to generate deepfakes of you that are increasingly indistinguishable from the real thing. This is happening right now to real people. It's not a hypothetical anymore, okay?
Nope.
And Discord wants to build a database of 200 million faces and government IDs and then hand that to a third-party company to manage? Now, let's talk about
By the way, nobody knows what that third-party company is.
why this is really happening, because it's not about teen
We still got to clean up the country? Yes.
safety. Teen safety is the justification. It's the thing they put in the press releases and the tweets that get ratioed to hell. But timing tells a different story. Discord is preparing for an IPO. They're planning to go public with a speculated valuation north of $15 billion. And when you're about to go public, you need to look good to investors. You need to show that you take safety seriously, that you're compliant with regulations around the world, like the UK. Age verification checks a lot of those boxes on paper, and they don't care if the implementation is good or not. They don't care if users...
Yep, exactly. They don't care. They don't care that the implementation is done right. They just want it on there, period.
Trust it. They just want to be able to walk into a room full of investors and say, we have age verification. And all this is happening under new leadership. In April of 2025, Discord's co-founder Jason Citron stepped aside, and a guy named Humam Sakhnini took over as CEO. Sakhnini came from Activision Blizzard, where he was a vice chairman. And before that, he was at King, the company that makes Candy Crush. So now Discord is being run by an Israeli management consultant whose entire career has been in maximizing revenue for gaming companies. I need you to understand the decisions Discord...
All right. I got to get rid of Discord. Yeah, I'm going to go over to TeamSpeak, even though it kind of sucks. Yeah.
What is making right now are not being made for you. They're being made for Wall Street. You are the product being packaged for sale. Your data, your engagement metrics, your biometric verification compliance rates, all of that goes into a slide deck that gets shown to potential investors. And the fact that you might not want your face in a corporate database doesn't factor into that equation at all. But Wizard, every platform is going to require this eventually. It's just the way things are going, okay? Australia is banning kids under 16 from social media. The UK has the Online Safety Act. This is the future, and that's exactly why this moment matters. See, if Discord rolls this out and 200 million people just...
I'll be honest with Australia. I'm going to be honest. Kids not getting on social media sounds fucking great. That's different. Can you spot the difference? When there's age verification and you're saying, hey, kids can get on social media, but they're going to be put in a certain slot for teens and not for, adults or NSFW shit. That's different. Or trying to get kids information online. But when Australia says you can't get on, period, on social media. Now, part of me wants to be like, okay, I would like kids to have information about the world, but at the same time, their parents can teach them about the world and say, hey, this is what's going on. This is what's going on. Judge for yourself. I want the parents to be the adults, not the fucking government and not fucking corporations. I want the parents to be the adults. The idea of children being away from the internet, especially social media, which we all agree social media sucks, I think it's kind of a good idea. Like, not saying, oh, the kids can be on here, but they can only go in the kids section of the website. No. I just don't want them there at all. You know what I mean?
Just go along with it because it's convenient and because that's where their friends are, then yes, it does become the standard.
And that's another thing as well, is where the father or the mother will be the arbiter of what they play online. Hey kid, you want to play Final Fantasy 14? Yes, I got friends that play Final Fantasy 14. Okay, well, I watch you while you play online with your friends. Here's my, I'm going to use your credit card so you can pay for it, and then you can play online. Boom. The mother, the father is being the co-pilot to what they do online. They can play the online game. They decide what they consume. That's great. However, a lot of these companies are just like, yo, what are they? I'm trying to protect the kids. I'm trying to protect the kids by knowing where the kids are at. I'm trying to protect the kids at the same time. I want to know what the kids are doing, and I want to know what the adults are doing. Whereas Australia is just like, I don't want the kids to be inside social media at all. Australian government said parents' account can be banned too if Katie uses it. What do you mean? What? The government or corporations should not be getting involved in people's affairs. It's none of their business. Exactly. Parents are the ones that are supposed to police their children. Yeah. Bible tells us to raise our children in righteousness. Yes, absolutely. God bless.
Platform looks at Discord and says, oh, they did it and nobody left, so we can do it too. And then it's not just Discord asking for your face. It's every social platform. It's every gaming service. It's every community.
Yeah, as soon as and that's the really nefarious part, is Discord wants the face of a child. Did you hear what Discord said? Discord says, hey, you're a kid. Okay, you could be on Discord, but you're in the kids section. Kids still online, and people can lie about their age online. I would like it if the kid was not there online at all. Listen, ever since people came out with bronies, ever since I've seen bronies, you know how when I was like, oh, that's cool, little girls can do the whole My Little Pony thing. And then I saw a bunch of grown-ass men with fedoras walking into My Little Pony fucking movies next to children. Then I was like, okay, we need to do something. Yeah, okay, we need to, listen. Every time when I'm just like, hey, I'm just like, sometimes when I'm just like, listen, I have, if I was in America, if I was the president, I would be like, hey, listen, My Little Pony is going to be on, is going to be in theaters. And there's always going to be 2 theaters for My Little Pony, one for adults and one for kids. That way, only kids and parents are in that section, and any of the adults, any of the fat fucking fedora guys can be on the other one. You can go over there. This one is for kids. That's what I would do, bro. I'd be fucking. I would be fucking, bro. Pedophiles would be hanged in front of fucking in the front of the fucking sidewalk. I'd be doing Old Testament shit. And people would be like, why did you hang that pedophile? And I'm like, thank God. Anybody that hears that and says that, nobody's going to like that person. I would hang people that are evil, and they'd be like, why are you hanging pedophiles? And I'm like, please say that in a full sentence, please. And people would look at you instead of me. Can be banned if kids use it. Australian government says parents' account can be banned if kids use it. What? Okay, now I don't like that. I don't like that anymore. I don't like that anymore. Now you're getting too into it. Yeah, I don't like it.
Communication tool. It's everything everywhere. It's not even just gaming at all at that point. It's another step towards worldwide surveillance and data control. And once that becomes normal, once submitting biometric data to private companies is just what you do to use the internet, you're never getting that privacy back. It'll be permanently gone. But if Discord rolls this out, and people actually leave, if they see a meaningful decline in their user base right before trying to go public, that sends a very different message. That tells every company watching that there is a cost to this kind of overreach, that users will not just hand over their most sensitive personal information because you wrapped it in a think of the children kind of press release.
Yeah. That is such low-hanging fruit to talk about think of the children. And I'm like, I know you're fucking lying.
Friends, right now the window is open to actually change the trajectory for every platform making decisions behind closed doors. The window's open now. It won't be for long. This is one of those rare moments where what you do actually makes a difference.
See, I like the real fake wizard almost more than I like Asmongold, is because he'll state some hopeful ideas. But for Asmongold will be like, it's all over. We're all going to be scanned. This is Asmongold. He's like, listen, we're all going to be surveillanced. Everything's over. Art is over. Art is dead. It's all going to be AI. It's all dead. It's all gone. And I'm just like, is there anything else you want to add to this whole video, Asmongold? Is there anything else? Oh, that's it. Okay. All right, that's cool. Does that instill hope in people? No, it doesn't. That's why I like the real fake wizard, is because he comes out and says, hey, this is how we can stop it.
Not in some kind of corny motivational speaker kind of way. This is real and it's measurable. Hey buddy, did you hear about Discord? Yeah, they're about to ship an IPO and their users are abandoning ship like crazy. Do you know what kind of signal that sends? And look, I understand. All of you who don't want to do it, all of you who don't agree with me. Discord is where your community is, your gaming group, your study group, your friends group from college, your D&D campaigns, your art servers, your music spaces. Leaving Discord feels like leaving all those things behind. And that's a real cost. I'm not going to pretend that it isn't. But you're not leaving those people, right? You're leaving a platform, and there are alternatives that do the same thing without demanding your passport. And there are more of those out there now, and many more on the horizon. By Discord chasing greed like fools, they don't understand they've just inspired worldwide competition. They could have coasted along making all the money in the world, but instead they chose to go public for even more money, and in doing so, they have kicked a sleeping bear. Within days from you seeing this video, there are going to be new applications popping up, probably lots of them, all with the intention of taking you in after you leave Discord and carry all of your communities with you.
You know what I like about white people? And I know this is a race thing, but white people are so known for this. I'm about to gas you up, white people. Listen up. White people will design something and come out with something that is an alternate to what you're trying to get away from. Some white person will come out and say, hey, I don't like what Discord is doing. I'm going to put all my funds and put a loan down and work on this gaming website or this gaming application and make another website, much like TeamSpeak, much like Discord, and I'm going to do it all for the fans. I'm going to make it for the gamers, by the gamers, and I'm not going to use any AI, and this is what I'm going to stick with. I don't know. White people are just, especially white men, are really good at just straight up giving things a shot. Like, for black people like me, it's kind of instilled in a lot of black people where they don't want to try something. I'm going to be 100% honest. Black people don't want to try things that are too risky. and it's changing slowly but surely. But a lot of black people don't want to try things where it's just like too risky. White people are just like, well, I got $50 in my bank account. Let me try to make something. And then they make millions out of it. And I'm like, what the fuck, bro? Well, I called some people in, and I called Jerry and I called Mo, and then we just made this website and said, fuck it, whatever. We're not married. We have all the time in the world. And I'm like, what? Perfect example, Sean Murray. Sean Murray came out with No Man's Sky, and even though he lied about what was in the game, he didn't stop with No Man's Sky. He didn't stop. He said, let's put our heads down and just keep on working on the game. And I'm like, you're a fucking madman. You're crazy. Let's just put all the stuff that we promised and make the game even better. And I'm like, if it was me going, with Sean Murray, I would fucking quit. I'd be like, bro, everybody hates us. It fucking sucks. But Sean Murphy was like, let's just try again. And so that's like, there's many stories where I'm just like, where I just see like white men just come out and be like, let's make a tabletop. Yeah, well, fuck it. Let's do it. Let's make a tabletop. Let me write a book. And I'm just like, it's those. And TeamSpeak is one of them that's trying to make Discord much better. The TeamSpeak is trying to do things because a lot of people are flaming TeamSpeak saying, well, you need to fucking fix your shit because your servers suck, this sucks. And TeamSpeak is like, you're right, we do need to do it. We're going to write down things and just do it. I'm Asian, and since I'm white adjacent, so yes, gas me up. Even Asians do it too. Asians do it too. You remember Black Myth Wukong? Black Myth Wukong from Game Science just came out of nowhere and said, let's make a game about monkeys. And I'm like, okay, all right. It's your first game. It's got pretty graphics, and this game could. It's a Souls-like game, and you got us playing a monkey. I don't know, man. This is your first game. I mean, I hope this game runs well. The game came out and it succeeded. And like I said, these they'll just come out and just do certain things. Like some certain things, I'll be honest, there's some gacha games that are just like other gacha games and they sell well. And I don't know how they fucking do it. And I'm like, bro, this gacha game is just like this gacha game. It's not gonna sell. And then it sells, and I'm like, what the fuck? How did you pull that off? And I'm like, this character's like this character. It's like, yeah, it's crazy.
And you should go. Within days, there will be a true Discord clone born to bury them. The only thing stopping you is inertia. And inertia is exactly what Discord is counting on here. They know you don't want to move your server. They know you don't want to reorganize your communities. They're betting that the inconvenience of leaving is greater than the discomfort of handing over your face. And for a lot of people, they would be right. My friends, we've been talking about this pattern on this channel for a long time. You used to own your movies and now you rent them from a streaming service. You used to own your music and now you subscribe to Spotify.
Bro, stop. Fuck. God. Fuck, he's right. Especially with Spotify. Fuck.
You used to own your games and now everything is digital, always online, and revocable. And
let's just get this over with.
now a communication platform that was built on the promise of free, private, community-driven voice chat is asking for your biometric data so that they can look good in an investor presentation. It's the same pattern every time. A company builds something people love, people build their lives around it, the company goes public or gets acquired, and then the thing you loved becomes a vehicle for extracting more value from you, just in different ways. Your convenience becomes leverage. Your community becomes a retention metric. and your face becomes a data point on a spreadsheet. And the pitch is always the same too. It's for your safety. It's for the children.
It's not.
It's just the way things are going. Everyone's going to be doing it eventually. And every time people go along with it because switching is hard. And every time you do nothing, you give a little more of yourself. You give a little more of your freedom away because you don't want to be bothered. So I'm asking you not to go along with it this time. Start making a plan to delete your Discord account. Tell your friends why. Move servers, move communities. Yes, it's inconvenient. Yes, it's a pain in the ass. But this company just had a data breach that exposed thousands of government IDs. And
okay, chat. I know we have a Discord. I'm gonna end this here. I know we have a Discord. We're gonna focus on within this week. I'm gonna try to make a TeamSpeak server for us. Within this week, I'm gonna try my best. Yeah, we gotta make a stand. Yeah, we gotta make a stand, guys. I'll share this with you. This is the real life fake wizard. Great dude, great content, man. Fucking A, dude. Oh, here's another thing, by the way. For gassing up white people, Nick Shirley is another one, because Nick Shirley just fucking coming out of nowhere, and with the whole Minnesota thing. But like I said, if there are people out there that's making something to try to be better than Discord, you better work your ass off, because I'll be there. Like, I want to see, because you crazy motherfuckers out there will make the opportunity and come out and be like, fuck it, I'll do it. Like, I think that's one thing that I like about, like, white people is, like, fine, I'll do it myself. And they'll just grab the Infinity Gauntlet and just make something like TeamSpeak and all these other websites and stuff. I wish Skype was back, but Skype was owned by Amazon or Microsoft. And I'm just like, yeah, we need something else. We need something else. That's it with the video. That was longer than I took. I had a lot to talk about. Somehow they're gonna try to make people show ID when buying a burger. Fuck that. It's like, we'll see. We'll see. Let's talk about video games. Let's talk about video games. How about that? Yeah, let's talk about Fallen, Lords of the Fallen 2, lifting the veil, and they're gonna talk about the all-new combat system. I'm interested in finding out more about this. Let's go ahead and dive right in. Let's talk about something enjoyable for once. Can we do that, please? Please? We're good. There we go. All right.
Give the player more.
You're up against very different enemy types.
The player has a lot of optionality.
They can smash and rain hell on them.
Just because I have a second life doesn't mean this thing isn't about to just decimate me.
Yeah.
Welcome back to Lifting the Veil, the first episode of the new year. Today we will be discussing all things combat, and as a special treat, we've been blessed with some fresh blood. So joining me today, we've obviously got old face Mr. James Lowe, game director. We've got Dan Regan, lead systems designer, and a man who I suspect was only hired for his name, and this is not made up. We have Alex Harkin.
It's true, they found me on the street.
Producer. So getting straight into it, combat today. This follows our recent gameplay reveal trailer, which was obviously revealed at the Game Awards last month. So first question to Mr. Lowe. What is the core...
Is he wearing a Neverwinter shirt? I like these guys.
What combat fantasy players can expect in Lords of the Fallen 2?
So we've mentioned this quite...
He's wearing a Whitechapel shirt? Okay. Okay. The saw is the law! No, okay. All right, it's going to be good.
A few times in previous episodes, and this I suppose, where it really comes into its own, where combat in Lords of the Fallen 2 is bolder, braver, bloodier. This is really where we use that statement quite strongly.
Yo, this is a lot smoother than the first game. Good lord, it's a lot smoother.
What players can expect is, and I think the gameplay reveal kind of showcased a lot of this, it's a lot more aggressive. You are in the pocket of the enemy a lot more. You're pushing.
This is alpha gameplay.
The pace. It's a lot more violent. You have a lot more tools.
Wait. Did he not react to the hit? No. Don't change that. Hold on.
In your pocket. A lot more aggressive. You are in the pocket of the enemy a lot more. You're pushing the pace. It's a lot more violent.
Yo, he's getting attacked from the back and his poise is staying, like he's not staggering. Usually with Souls games, every time when you get hit, most of the time when you get hit, you are reacting. You are staggering.
You have a lot more tools in your pocket to basically be able to cut enemies up into different ways and exciting ways, so to say. So aggression and pace is really at the heart, and this is culminating from a lot of testing things that we've done, but also looking at 23 and what we've been doing on that journey as well. So yeah.
Oh my god, the fucking thief dagger build. Bro, I heard that they're gonna update the women. I'm gonna make some hot mage bitch. I'm just gonna, bro, her thighs are just gonna be out. I know they have a lot of different costumes that are just way out there, but I just want costumes that just accentuate the body and make the women look like women. Like, you know how a lot of these developers are just like, every time when a woman wears armor, it's just, I know some people like women wearing armor, the same thing that guys do, but I guarantee you a majority of women would like the titty armor. The whole idea that people don't want to see titty armor is a lie. It's been a lie like ever since that thing has been debunked. Bring back the titty armor. Oh, it's not gonna work. Nobody cares. Nobody cares. Just have the titty armor ready and waiting.
Players are going to be getting in the faces of enemies a lot.
What would you say were the key lessons, I guess, based?
It's only when you get hyper armor in DS3? Okay. All right. Maybe I was wrong.
On the feedback we received from players from Lords of the Fallen.
So I think one of the biggest ones is the kind of like floatiness of the player. We wanted the player to feel...
Yes. The floatiness from Lords of the Fallen 1.
A lot more planted in the ground, and this helps a number of elements, in my opinion. So kind of addressing that, the player feels a lot more grounded, that they can have their stance against an enemy. They're not going to kind of be slipping and sliding around. And also the pace, like Lords of the Fallen 2023 really started to get a lot faster and kind of identify our own style. So seeing how players enjoyed that combat system and how some of the tweaks that we made was really pushing that further. We took that into Lords 2, so really going that one step further. So there's a real progression. So the lessons there have been absolutely integral for how we look at not only our combat system, but all across the game. But we've really been able to implement those lessons.
God, I love the design of this area and that fucking armor.
In a really effective way for the new game.
And I think...
God, I want to go back to that. I'm getting as much information from the...
Absolutely integral for how we look at not only our combat system, but all across the game. But we've really been able to implement those lessons.
Look at that fucking armor. God. Oh my God. Oh, this is style. This is fucking style. By the way, we need to see magic. Bring staffs and wands, bro. Staffs, wands. I'm seeing a lot of people use scythes. I'm seeing a lot of melee. You need to bring out the arrows. You need to bring out the ranged, and you need to bring out the fucking magic build. You show a lot of melee. At this point, you have Lords of the Fallen devs. At this point, you have mastered melee. Congratulations. You need to go full in with the magic.
In a really effective way for the new game.
And I think what's been key for Lords 2 is how we've had the opportunity, whether it was conscious or not, to basically use the original Lords of the Fallen as a testing ground.
Yeah, completely. Yeah.
That's how it works.
You mentioned the floatiness of the combat. We obviously tightened that a lot up with version 2.0 and have basically continued iterating on that.
Yeah, completely. Yeah, you're dead right. I mean, having the previous game out in the wild, and with the amount of patches and updates that we've done, to push that as far as it can go. Obviously, those lessons really marry over, and then it also validates some of the things that we've been doing and things that we wanted to do on the last game as well.
Good.
So it's starting to feel, I think you said it better, like a real tight experience. Players can really get into these scenarios and know, okay, this input lag's going to be snappy as hell. I'm going to parry it. It's going to give me the reward. I'm going to be able to celebrate these moments.
I'm so glad he mentioned input lag. Oh my God. You do not understand the level of enjoyment to parry 3 or 4 times and then you break their posture after parrying 4 of their abilities and then come up and do a combo execution. It is, oh my God, because you're so used to fucking up your parries. You're so used to that. And then when you take a day off from the game, come back, and all of a sudden your parries are just, the parries are just working. I guess you had a bad day. And then it's just like so satisfying. There are moments where I'm just like, when can we parry bigger monsters? I get it. You're not going to parry bigger monsters, but man, would it be awesome if you could pull off something to counter or parry a bigger monster in some cool, I know it's gonna, in a sort of anime way. I know it's weird. You're fighting a giant golem or something, and then to parry all their abilities because you're so small. I don't care. I want to look cool. Big move with big enough weapons equals getting hyper armor. When you trade, you don't get it just by standing. Oh, okay,
gotcha. To understand my space.
So when you're moving
and actually maneuver around enemies, I'm going to be able to use my defensive abilities as well as my offensive abilities. So that has really informed us so much and shaped what we're up to now. So using that as a base, we're now here, and then we'll be able to go farther and farther.
So Dan, I hear, so you're one of the new faces that joined between Lords and Lords 2.
Yeah.
And I hear in your interview you came armed with just, pages of feedback, having played the first game extensively. Anything to add to what James said?
One of the big ones for me is, how does Umbra relate to that core loop of combat that the player is constantly engaging in over and over and over again when they're playing Lords 23? And I don't think that we really had an answer for that in Lords 23. I think we're much better in Lords 2. There's more of a focus on making Umbra part of that core combat experience.
I like that. He just said it. I like how he just said that in front of the devs and said, it's not enough. It's not enough. What we did in Lords 1, Lords of the Fallen 1, not enough.
Experience, making it feel like the player is wielding Umbral.
Mm-hmm.
And then further driving Umbral as a USP and a highlight of the experience as a result of that. Because it's something the player is always engaging and always facing with,
Yep.
Okay, yeah. Save some for the Umbral episode.
I have a lot to say about Umbral. I'm not worried about it.
You did also forget to mention when we first met, you said before you gave me the feedback, is this going to cost me the job? And I was like, be as brutal as you can.
I like
might
that.
have been an intentional omission.
Yeah. He was brutal, but we take that seriously and put it on board. So yeah, it
I like
worked
that.
well in the end, right?
Yeah. Was there anything that you deliberately didn't change from Lords 23 that you thought, yep, that worked great as it was, we want more of that, we know players loved it?
Yeah, there is a lot. And I think it's down to the DNA of the combat experience, right? Like other projects and other titles, you're constantly learning. And I think there's to kind of anecdotally go around this, and I think we've mentioned it before, take a series like Batman Arkham, right? Like Arkham Asylum had a set of its combat abilities, and it got its core down. Still had a ways to go. Arkham City then started to progress it and really refine the formula, not losing the essence of it, of what that combat was in the last one, the free throw combat. Then Arkham Knight, it all came together, and it felt perfect, and it felt like a journey, and we're on that same journey. So Lords of the Fallen 2023 is really the DNA of what we were trying to do, and so coming into Lords 2, it's like, okay, we want players to be able to start smashing their sword around and really starting to feel like, okay, I've got power behind this. We felt that the class distinction in 2023 was really strong. It felt different to have an ultra great sword to then having a dagger. And it's like, right, okay, we found these essences. How can we push that further within Lords 2? And I think we're very much there with that now, even with more classes, that we haven't even seen in the genre.
Good.
Now within Lords
More
2.
classes.
So having those DNA steps and really like understanding what not to throw away, and then actually like bolstering it even further.
I'm so glad they're keeping with the Umbral and the real world, because that was a big thing in the previous game, but it felt like more of a thing to avoid and a tool, which kind of makes sense. You do want to kind of avoid it, and it's a tool, but you don't want to you want to make Umbral something that's dangerous, but also something that's very, very unique. Not just a tool where it's just like, well, I need to go from one side of the bridge to the other side of the bridge. No. You need to make it to where Umbral is not only a dangerous place, but only you can be like, if I do Umbral, I can get this. I can get some rare shit. This stuff only appears in the Umbral area. You see dangerous things that are only in the Umbral, and of course that's in the previous game, but you need to see something where it's just like, bro, this thing or something is in Umbral. It's going to suck, but if you go into Umbral, bro, it's high risk, high reward. You need to that needs to be like so much bigger.
Has really put us in, I would say, a really strong position, and that then sets us up for more and more and more. So the more we do, the more games we.
PvP sucked at it so far. Yeah, they need to bring in PvP. I know people like that. Me, not really, because I don't trust anything when it comes to latency and all that stuff, because I've seen moments when I played Dark Souls 3 outside of the Pontiff area, outside of that area, and I would dodge somebody's sword and I would get hit anyway, and I'm like, nah, I'm not doing this anymore.
Put out, the more players really engage with this and really mess around with the DNA of our combat, the better it will always be. So yeah, I'd say the essence of having the differentiation is what we've really kept.
Yeah, I think that's key. I mean, something I've mentioned before as well is the ability to dual wield in our game, being a sort of just a. You play From Software games, and I'm scared stiff to lose my shield because you need it. But playing Lords, and it's important that our game doesn't just feel like From Software. So
exactly,
this was a, real breath of fresh air. A few hours in, I realized, I'm not using my shield. It's still difficult, but I'm playing it differently. It's more, I'm dashing more. I'm attacking more. So it didn't feel easier, but it felt different.
Would you say that's also player confidence, right? Because with the FromSoft game, and I'm not slamming FromSoft here, once I find my build, I'm in. And that's probably the build I'm going to use for the entire experience, and I'm not going to really mess around with it. Whereas in Lords of the Fallen, I have a few more drives to experiment a bit more and go, do you know what? I want to try dual wielding, or how does that feel? And it doesn't. It's not that I don't feel attached to my build, but I feel confident enough as a player to go, I'm going to mess around with this for a few hours, or you know what, I've really struggled against this encounter. Let me try and play with something else and see how it goes. And I think Lords of the Fallen respects you for doing that as well, and it also rewards you for having those kind of different play styles.
Yeah.
So I really resonate with that quite a bit.
Yeah, and obviously I know that for example, dual wielding is something that we are sort of digging our heels into and sort of evolving for this game.
Yeah.
And there are other new elements as well that are sort of, akin to that style of play.
Executions
that you can just touch on.
Yeah, I mean, dual wielding. Again, we saw the the response to it in the last game, and when you see such a positive response, you want to double down and you want to do more. So with dual wielding in this, it's kind of the way I think about it in my head is it's high risk, high reward. So you don't have the defensive capabilities as you would have if you've got a massive shield and you're just running things in, but it gives you different elements. So you'll rely a bit more on parry. You'll want to stay in a bit further stay in the pocket a bit more of the enemy, so you can get those extra slashes in. And something also that's really important, I think, for the new dual wielding system we have is the presentation of it. Like, it's not just one hit with one sword, same hit on the other side. You will see yourself flying swords around and really giving this kind of flamboyant edge.
I looked at their alpha gameplay combat, and if you play Lords of the Fallen 1, you see a difference with the way your character moves. In this one, it flows. You look so cleaner, so much better. In the previous one, it felt like I was just swinging my weapons. In this one, it looks really, really good.
Which is a super cool dopamine hit. I mean, you might throw too many, and then your stamina depletes, and you're going to get
That's me every time.
But that's what we want you to do. It's going to be really fun to see how people engage with it.
What about magic?
Stick on animations for a bit.
And I do want them to talk about animations. What about magic? Where's the stat? Bro, we need to talk about magic. You guys got the melee thing. Let's talk about the magic. Do I want to use magic? Maybe, but on my second run. But there's going to be people that want to use magic.
And I will come to you because I've realized you haven't said much yet. But just staying on animations for a bit. So obviously, the animation, we had some very cool animations in Lords 23. I think it's fair to say that players felt there wasn't enough variety between some weapon classes, and I think dual wielding is one of those areas. I think we had 3 animation sets. So we had light, medium, and heavy. I know we've got more this time.
Yes, we have. You can ask me for numbers.
Not numbers. But perhaps you can elaborate on how did we choose those groupings this time?
Well, I think we took a different approach to it, and a massive shout out to our animation team. Like, they are absolute badasses across the board. It's a team.
They look like they did a good job.
So when sitting looking at like what do we progress here and how do we do it, not only from this is what we want to do from a player perspective, a design perspective, but also what can we do, like not infinite time, all that sort of stuff. We took a bit of a different approach to it, where it's not looking at just sets anymore. It's not like going light, medium, heavy set and then done, it's all dusted. It's like, let's look at combinations. What combinations do we feel need that presentation? So I wouldn't say we've taken a set approach to how we're doing it. It's looking at the big archetypes that we have and things that some things can be shared, but not all of it. And then looking at those combinations and then finding interesting ways. So
I think the biggest one that I think he's talking about is, let's say you're using 2 battle axes. 2 battle axes. Not 2 war axes, the bigger ones, or great axes, 2 battle axes. Or you're using a mace and an axe, or you're using a short sword or an axe, or you're using a short sword and a dagger. That is probably where they're speaking on, and I hope they are, because there would be certain combinations that people want to do, especially if you got a mace and a fucking short sword, bro. Or you got a short spear or something, where your combos like stab, mace. You want to get that bludgeoning, and also, bro, I cannot preface, bro. Give me the cleanest, most satisfying mace hits, and my life is yours. If I uppercut somebody with a mace, and I see they're their face is gone, their jaw is gone, and they just flip over, bro. It's all that I ever want. I don't want to hit somebody with a short sword and they react the same way to a short sword. Then I hit them with a mace and they react the same way with a mace. Or I hit them with a battle axe and then they react the same way with a battle axe. I want it to feel like, bro. Like some of the obvious ones would be like spears. You're getting stabbed. There you go. Like also with a halberd. Like especially when you got a halberd with a spike on top. You use the head of the halberd and you also use the spike, or you use the fucking stick. Like, I want that. I want it to be like, this is what the weapon looks like. Let me use all of it. Have you seen For Honor? For Honor, there are some executions and some moves that you can do that involve the pommel, that involve the fucking whole, you holding your long sword like this, like the pommel and shit, bro. That's all I want, man. Boys want it.
I'll already throw my hat in the ring. I'm super basic here. 2 swords will do me fine. It gives me the feeling, Lord of the Rings style feeling of Aragorn flying 2 swords around, and I like that. Even though it's a bit more Essex, but like looking at like where we've come with this now, and that when you look at that animation set and you're not even playing it, you're just like, I want to give that a go, regardless if it's a really bad build or it's it's not going to be effective against all of this stuff. It looks so good, it feels so good, and then when we see this, it's like, right, well, that's the benchmark. Everything else has to be as cool as this, and there is no compromises on that quality at all. So there are some wild stuff that's going to come out. I'm super excited.
We were testing the longsword animations this week, and they are. I mean,
I know which one.
Yeah, they're next level. I was like pretty taken back at just how cool they are. I'm saying that as someone.
I like that. I like that.
As a Souls-like player, it was like. Wow.
This is
Alexa, shut up.
Put a rod for our own back here, but that's a perfect example of bolder, braver, bloodier being executed on the team level.
Where's the magic?
And I know, is it the hilt thing?
That's what, for sure.
Wait, did they talk about it? Did they just say it? Hold on.
Is like exactly the hilt being executed here, but that's a perfect example of bolder, braver, bloodier being executed on the team level.
Yeah,
right?
I would agree.
And I know, is it the hilt thing?
That's what, for sure. Yeah, the hilt thing is cool.
That is like exactly what that is.
Yeah.
And that's so refreshing to see, right? When we're so passionate about that as our statement for the game, and then you see it on that level, and you're like, this is
also
dope.
So in the Lords 23 announcement trailer, we had a very particular moment where the Crusader facing off against the Light Reaper, and he grabs his sword. Is it like between the hilt and the
Hilton,
like that, and plays it all up. They ever made it to the game, and that's all I'm going to say. So, if a Lords 23 veteran player, they've booted up Lords 2, what are the biggest things they're going to notice in terms of changes to combat within the first few hours?
I know I always go back to this speed. It's definitely a lot nippier.
Yeah, I noticed that. I noticed
we want
that.
Players to be able to close the gap a lot quicker, and we found this again with Lords 23. Things like stamina depletion outside of combat not being a factor changes player behavior. So.
Please tell me your stamina will not deplete outside of combat. Please. Yes. Your stamina will not deplete outside of combat, please. Oh my God, please. It's hot doo-doo garbage. It's stupid. It's stupid. Nobody likes it.
I think Lords veterans will know this and go, right, okay, I can run into an encounter, I can, force yourself in like you're going into a mosh pit sort of thing. That behavior will definitely be intact, but when you get into it, your kind of area that you control as the player will be a lot faster. Your reactions will have to be a tiny bit quicker.
Wait, was that like in Lords of the Fallen 1? I don't remember.
yeah, we'd be definitely punished if not. So veterans will pick this up very easily, I think, and new players will find that a new and interesting way to approach encounters. So that's one thing. I would say another thing is being able to like use your variety of like tools that you have. So going from melee to spellcasting to melee to spellcasting, that's a really cool behavior. Yes. And we've really wanted to double down on this. And so that with veteran players that kind of know how that feels and know those flows.
What about just spellcasting? Let's talk about that. Let's talk about spellcasting. What is, it looks like you have a little chakra, not a chakram, but it looks like you have a little what that character was wearing. It looks like they have a what's the word I'm looking for? A not a totem, but a God, what is it called? Not a miracle. It's sort of like a charm.
Your variety of like tools that you have. So going from melee to
by the way, that's a fucking female. Good job. Wait, where are the legs at? Yeah, the chakra in our back right there.
Spellcasting to melee to spellcasting. That's a really
here's another thing that I think that they should do.
Like tools that you have. So going from melee to
you need to add belts. You need to add belts. If there was one thing I really loved about KCD2, it's the fact that the belts actually mattered and they were actually functional. You got all these items floating on her nice ass, but they're not attached to anything. Give us belts and our life is yours, please. And if somebody wants to do a naked build, fine, they can have things floating, but belts, bro. Belts. I don't think they're going to do this, because if they add belts, then they're going to have to add sheaths. Bro, if they add sheaths and belts, I'm going to lose my fucking mind. I might come. I might come if they add belts and sheaths.
Spellcasting to melee to spellcasting, that's a really cool behavior. Yes. And we've really wanted to double down on this. And so that with veteran players that kind of know how that feels and know those flows, they'll be able to be mixing up melee with spells quite easily. Again, which is super interesting for new players as well that are coming in going, okay, this is a really kind of dynamic system I can go back and forth with.
Your typical Souls-like game, you've got your light attack, your heavy attack, and your heavy attack, yeah, it's a bit slower, but the payoff is it does a bit more damage. And that's really the extent of it. Whereas I know what the team have done this time round is really put a use to those heavy attacks.
What kind of shield is that? I want that shield. What kind of shield is that? I want it.
On this time round is really put a
I want the shield.
A use to those heavy attacks, whereby there's a real purpose for them in combat, yes. And you wouldn't necessarily just use them as your heavy attack.
Yes. How far do you want to go down this road?
Well, I can always edit.
Yeah, I think there was something really interesting when watching players from Lords 23, and then also like in the development of this title, it's like giving the player more reasons to engage and experiment, right? It's kind of where it all comes down to. So if we're just thinking of the heavy attacks and what you can do now with the heavy attacks and what that will open up to you as a player, it's another risk-reward mechanic. It's going to take a bit longer. It's going to take more of my stamina. It's more pressure for me to go, I really need this to hit, because if it doesn't hit, I've got nothing left in the tank and I'm gonna receive some pretty heavy damage. So we wanted to like dial that again, like give the player more. So when they can heavy attack, yeah, they can smash and rain hell on them.
God, that looks so good.
Really charge that.
God, that looks so fucking good.
Dial that again, like give the player more. So when they can heavy attack, yeah, they can smash and rain hell on them. They can even do so much as they can really charge that attack.
When they swing, I feel it. Oh my god. Oh god, my testosterone is healing.
And start to really imbue it with power. which will then do even more. And it's giving these like little micro loops.
Heavy usually have more than just bigger damage number to it. He hasn't played DS2. Heavy usually have more than just bigger damage number to it. He hasn't played DS2. I think he has played DS2. I mean, of course, heavy damages do more than just give bigger damage. You have a better chance of breaking their posture when you hit with heavy weapons. Like this. Duh.
And pushing players to make micro decisions, like in these kind of high tense situations. So yeah, we're giving again more reasons to mess around with the player. Play around with the systems will reward you, but they'll also give you a slap on the bottom if you play around with them a bit too much.
So going back to something you said about combat feeling even faster this time, and I know what some of the audience are going to think is, how are you going to balance that speed and agility but not lose that sense of weight and commitment that you know players love from a Souls-like, that you commit to the hit, and you know, like you say, if it doesn't land, there's going to be consequences.
Yeah. So there's a few ways to think about it. So you don't want to ever lose this kind of purpose, right, as a player, and that's something that I really like as a Souls-like player and a fan of the genre, is that every button I have as a consequence I have to plan. It's not just I bash and then button bash and everything goes.
What the fuck was that? I'm sorry, I'm looking at that. By the way, awesome fucking design.
Souls-like player and a fan of the genre, is that every button I have.
He's got to do. I want those axes, bro. I want those axes, but at the same time, you got to make sure that these enemies are dangerous, because I know you're fast, but you got to make these enemies dangerous.
As a consequence, I have to plan. It's not
they
just
know. Oh, he's using magic too.
Bash and button bash and everything goes right.
Using fire.
To balance this, I think there's a few ways looking at it. The way I like to look at it is it's the enemy first, right?
Wait a minute. I'm sorry. I gotta go back. Is that
every button I have as a consequence I have to plan. It's not just I.
That's the Hellhound, bro. The Hellhound from the previous game, bro. They made those Hellhounds worse. Is that one of the? That's the Hellhound, bro. Yo, the Hellhounds are even worse.
Bash and then button bash and everything
Fuck
goes right.
That.
So to balance this, I think there's a few ways looking at it. The way I like to look at it is it's the enemy first, right? So yeah, I can mess around, I can really circle them and then do some stuff. They can also do the same thing, and it's really getting that on the same par. So I might be able to run around like a grunt, but they can also back away. They can also close the distance, and so it's more.
You ever fight an enemy in a Souls-like game that has range or magic, and they keep on fucking disappearing and reappearing way away from you? Makes me want to fucking go crazy, you know what I'm saying? But I like it. I like the fact that they take that into account, because if there's a magic user that is not taking care of themselves, well, then it's just going to be an easy hack 1-2 and then just get rid of them.
More of a push-pull. So
you ever have those enemies that always calls the other enemies? Like, obviously they have less health, but they're always ringing a bell to the other enemies, like, and then it's ringing the bell and it's running away. I hate those motherfuckers.
Have got faster, but it's never just localized to the player. There's some enemies. I think like when some of the tweets with like the hysteric, that guy doesn't stand still. He uses the space, I would say, even more than the player, and so that's good in those situations where you feel slow. And it's like, whoa, okay, and this is this kind of spike that we want players to feel with. So that's one way of looking at it. Another way is your build. And again, what I was saying earlier, there's differentiations of builds. If you're running around full plate armor, very heavy, with an ultra great sword, you're not going to be running around up walls. And that's a conscious decision, right? We're not that game. So it's like, the players can make conscious decisions on their speed there and go, right, okay, I now have a slow roll, and maybe that's the playstyle I like, or maybe that works for this encounter. So that's another way that we then balance, and then the enemies again respond to this. So if you're playing against like a load of like Umbries and you're just slicing them all down, feels really cool, looks really cool, but then if you went against the Hysteric again, he would punish you for that choice. And so it's always this balance of going there.
I've always thought about, when I've really enjoyed some sort of battle in a Souls-like, I consider it almost like a dance.
Yeah.
And that it's very much like takes two to tango, and it's sort of, one person
Did he
takes
do
a
a
foot
kick?
forward, the other one takes a foot
Oh.
I think that's
Bro, he used his fucking pommel. Look at the character.
Tango, and it's sort of, one person takes a foot.
Yo, he did like a with the pommel and moved his fucking shield out of the way.
And that it's very much like takes two to tango, and it's sort of, one person takes a foot forward, the other one takes a foot back, and I think that's when it feels at its best.
Yeah, it's this like decadent dance. I think I like it. Yeah, it is cool though. Like when you're starting to be able to read their locomotion, and you feel that you've got yours down. They take 2 steps forward, you take 2 steps back, and you're foxtrotting by the end of it. It feels awesome. But that's the DNA of the genre for me.
Yes,
like that every Souls like needs to have that feeling. And I think this is where Lords of the Fallen 2 goes another step. It's like you have that feeling in spades. But then what you also have is just being able to mow things down and just be like, it's that Dark Crusader fantasy, right? Like just aggression, running in, ripping heads, and just having a good time, and then being faced with something that's like, oh shit, now I have to think, let's take stock now, let's re-engage. So it's again, just pushing different types of playstyle all inside the same space. It's pretty cool.
So Alex, I know you're eager to say something. Are you a big Souls-like player?
I am. Yeah.
Had you played Lords of the Fallen?
I did before I joined, yes. I played Lords 23 before 2.0, so I saw a lot of the changes coming in during the production cycle there. So it was intriguing to see the game continuously evolving, while obviously joining the project to work on Lords of the Fallen 2.
And so, as a Souls-like player and not as a member of CI Games, what for you felt most different in terms of combat when trying out Lords 2?
It really does come back to your comments here about the power fantasy of being the Crusader, because for myself, I'm very much a cautiously reckless player when it comes to Souls games. I like the fantasy of having a big weapon and being able to charge in and really immerse myself in the combat. So coming from 1 to 2, having that same fantasy of, okay, here's my big weapon, whether that's an axe or an ultra greatsword, I'm going to charge straight in. I found myself being more, how should I put it? I'm trying to think of the best word for it. In Lords 23, I feel I was a bit more careful in my approach, but as I started to play, particularly in the big playtest we had for Lords 2, I feel the combat encounters definitely incentivized players to really sink their teeth in from the get-go. So I kind of let go of a lot of that caution. I threw it to the winds and just said, let's go. And you do have those moments where it's not so much that you'll be humbled, but you'll definitely get a little and be like, back off, think about it. There have been so many enemies where I'm like, well, okay.
It kind of reminds me of Black Myth Wukong, where the first act was so easy, and then the second act was kind of easy, and then the third act was just like, I'm gonna choke this mother. I was like, it's kind of like that. I think I know what they're talking about. It's just like in the beginning, it's probably gonna be easy, but later on, they're just like, yeah, bruh, you might want to give this up.
Okay, let's go, let's do this. I want to know what you're about, and then you'll be like, oh, okay, yeah. Just because I have a second life doesn't mean this thing isn't about to just decimate me. And you have that moment where you back off from the foe, and you kind of have that lovely, you have that couple of seconds where you're locked on, and you're kind of like pacing back and forth. And I was like, okay, but still having that overall push, that gut feeling in the sequel to just get stuck straight in. That definitely was the thing that resonated with me the most.
Well, I think it's interesting what you were saying, because I mean, going back to enemy variety, we know again, not necessarily one of Lords 23's strong points, definitely a strong point of Lords 2.
Yeah.
And we mentioned that in one of the previous episodes on enemies, but what I think that does, just playing through the first biome, for instance, you know, every 10 minutes, you're up against very different enemy types. And that in itself has a very direct effect on combat because, you know, Lords 23, a lot of enemies behave very similarly, and you know, by the time you're 2/3.
I'm so glad he brought this up. I'm so glad he brought this up. There is a lot of the same enemies in this game. So glad he brought this up.
The way through the game, you'd met everyone, you knew how to deal with everyone, so it was just sort of rinse and repeat. Whereas you're constantly having to reevaluate your approach in this game, and you come across someone new, they fight completely differently. For example, the Hysteric, you know, very signature combat style, which is not like anyone else in the game, and you have to completely change up. You know, it's not just a case of just like, you know, run, attack, dodge, attack. It's you've got to be thinking, which is great.
So there's something also to add to that. It's that's in Axiom, like,
yes,
and then in Umbral it's the same vibe, right? So
absolutely.
If you're one of those veteran players that can really hammer it in Axiom and not have to use your second life, just remember that you'll have maybe missed some intros for what's going on in Umbral. So no matter how comfortable you get with all the enemies that we're going to present to you across all of the different biomes and worlds that you'll explore, Umbral's also constantly following you there, and there is some nasty stuff. I will not say any more on that because
Yo, Umbral scared the shit out of me when I first played the game because I thought that Umbral would stay in Umbral. You could look at Umbral through the lamp, but I thought that Umbral was gonna stay in Umbral until I died and had my second life in Umbral. No. When I was fighting and I was like fighting somebody else, I was like, let me use my Umbral lamp to like grab his soul. And then I brought out my lamp and some big fucking big-headed monster was like through the lamp like, hey, what up, nigga? And I was like, and then it pulled me out. It pulled me out of the real world into the Umbral world. And I was like, what the fuck was that? Or the other one, the Wraith sort of thing with the two swords. Like, it would just stand there cloaked in like a silhouette. And I'd be like fighting something else in the real world. And he would just turn around and look at me while I'm looking at the lamp. And I'm like, nope, put the lamp away. I don't know what the fuck that is. And you could kind of sense his presence a little bit, and then it just goes away, and it's crazy.
I like I want to see people really see it in its perfect way. But yeah, having that new enemy every 10 minutes, it's a lot going on. It's cool.
Okay, so let's name drop a few sexy new features.
Okay.
My subject.
That players can expect when it comes to combat in Lords 2.
Let's name drop some features. I think let's start easy, right? I think everyone saw in the gameplay reveal. There's some pretty wild maneuvers coming in from
short sword,
from
nice
the player. So executions is probably the biggest one. We won't talk about all of that.
Okay, executions.
Some things that we still want to kind of showcase in the perfect light and really kind of let the footage speak for itself. But yeah, you are really dicing enemies across on this one. And that was a massive thing for us in the project as a whole. Like, again, going back to the Bolder, Braver, Bloodier, we want, there's, I think, the Dark Enchantress stamping on the head, like, things like this. We want that player to have that whole, like, again, going back to the Bolder, Braver, Bloodier, we want, there's, I think, the Dark Enchantress stamping
nice
on the head.
The scythe. Cool.
Like, things like
I'm not going to be able to get it.
I think
it's
the Dark Enchantress
3 seconds.
Stamping on the head. Like, things
There it is. There it is. There it is. That one guy on the ground's just like William Dafoe. William Dafoe with the.
It's like we want that player to have that hit of like, I've got this massive encounter, I fought long and hard, and now I'm going to dice you into pieces in the most aggressive way possible. You know, jump into the side, taking an arm off, and then scythe into the neck. Those kind of moments, that's a big element of combat now. So how to...
I mean, slicing the side of the head, slicing an arm is great, but think about it, bro. What if you sliced his fat belly and like some corpses and some worms and some fucking intestines fall out of his belly and he's trying to pick it up and then he slowly falls to the ground? That would be fucking metal.
Execute, when to execute, and should I execute? So that's the easiest one. The gameplay reveal did a very nice job in showing that in some interesting lights.
And something I think we can say on executions without, like you say, giving too much away. As we could probably do an entire episode on executions, but I think, you know, if any player's sort of concerned that they might just be this visual element, as you get in some games, and don't really necessarily add a new dimension to combat, I think we can safely say that that won't be the case.
There is nothing in Lords of the Fallen that's just there for being there. It has to have... Always, again, it's a Souls-like. It's all about risk-reward. So everything you do will have an impact, and there's a choice that the player will have to make. And is that choice good or is it bad? That's what they'll have to see. But yeah, nothing's there just for the sake of it being there.
Okay.
Good.
Jump attacks.
Yeah. We have jump attacks.
Yes.
Finally.
Yeah, we obviously added the jump late to Lords 23, and I've mentioned this before. Jumps just were not a thing in Souls-likes. The game was, you know, very far through development. Elden Ring comes out, oh yeah, jumps are a thing in Souls-likes.
now.
And it was too late to add it to that, you know, at that point. Plus,
I love it when devs mention other video games, man. I'm tired of them doing this whole thing where it's like, we got something in the game that's never before seen. And I'm like, no, you fucking don't. That's in like 5 different other games. You motherfucker. And these guys come out like, bro, we're a Souls game. I like Elden Ring. We're going to try this out in our game. And I'm like, can you say that? I guess so.
You know, you can't just add a jump to a game because suddenly players can get to places where they shouldn't have been able to get to, and that, you know, can break the game. So it took us a while to eventually add jump. But then, you know, the jump attacks never really felt like jump attacks.
No, they didn't.
Again, for the same reason, the combat scenarios just and the enemy AI just wasn't really built for so talk to me about jump attacks.
Yeah, I mean, well, let's start from the basics there. I think you primed that great with, you know, Elden Ring came out with, you know, during the development of Lords 23, and then you're trying to basically fix the plane as you're flying it, which is not good when it's those integral systems. Like that's always a dangerous thing to do, and you don't want to break anything along the way. With this project, jump has been in from day one.
Yes.
That's already a big win. Like, so, okay, players can jump. So when we just think of a level design, world traversal sort of perspective, we know the limitations there. We know our metrics.
Like Highguard, we're totally unique, guys. You've never seen this before, and I'm like, yes, we fucking have. As a matter of fact, we got games that are way better. And I'm like, it amazes me how much either they lie about other games having something better or something else, or it also astounds me that they don't look at other games that are way better, that have a high player base, and they don't think to themselves, let's try to put that in the game and implement it to our needs. No, they're just like, listen, we know what we got. There's only one video game in the world, and it's ours. And I'm like, what? What? There no other video game has done this. And I'm like, nigga, you might as well just release your game on the same day GTA 6 comes out, because nobody's gonna fucking see your game.
You know what players we want players to do and what we want players not to do when it comes to jumping. But then, yeah, jumping attacks. Elden Ring did a lot for us there as well. Like, they showed us what jumping attacks can do and, you know, what they also shouldn't do. So jumping attacks, being able to throw yourself off a ledge and just come raining down terror, that is what we want. That's the fantasy of the combat as well. It's aggression, right? So if I see those opportunities and the level design presents that opportunity for me to get one leg up in combat where I can cause mass damage by jumping and planting my sword in the floor, then yeah, let's take it. So yeah, we'll have dedicated attacks for jumping and people that want to get some airtime.
And I think why jump attacks are perhaps more integral to Lords of the Fallen. So when I played Elden Ring, you know, it was such a welcome change of pace. You know, usually you'd back away from an enemy and then you'd have to, you know, back forward again. And you know, that was somewhat slow. Whereas
the dodge roll,
I could roll back and then jump straight back.
Yeah, that was clean.
Close the gap immediately. And obviously, you know, we talk a lot about aggressive play style. You know, you're right back in the action immediately. There's no respite, basically.
Yeah, which Elden Ring, it was awesome. It was a bit of a shock for Elden Ring to go that way. I mean,
you need to have your enemies react the same way to what you got. You have to have your game react to the same thing that you got. If you got this thing where it's just like dodge roll and then quickly get back into combat, you better have enemies in your game that know all about that. They're just like, it's like, bro, I'm gonna jump away, I'm gonna dodge roll away, and then jump right at you, and then keep on doing that. And then the enemies look at you and be like, yeah, I know all about that. As a matter of fact, I can't wait until you do it. And then you do the dodge roll, and then you jump right back at the enemy, and the enemy has a giant belly, a giant coffin for a chest, and he opens up his chest, and it's like an Iron Maiden. And when you jump back, he grabs you and then puts you in the Iron Maiden and chomps you up. Like, it's ready to, you know, react right back at you, like something crazy like that.
Is it a shock? I mean, I'm a Sekiro guy, right? I think I've said that more than once. That's my like go-to.
Yes.
But you can see a lot of those learnings from that. You know, being able to jump back in. I mean, I always have like a benchmark in my head for like gap closing, which isn't a Souls-like. It's like Ninja Gaiden, like really cool gap closing maneuvers where you can jump and then spin and you just wipe a few enemies out, but you feel like, okay, I've re-engaged, I have a new lease of life, I'm going to try this again. And that's kind of the vibe that we want to hit, where it's like a mental.
These developers really need to dive into magic. They're not talking about it. They need to talk about magic.
Mental reset, a combat reset of like, okay, I've been back in, I'm jumping back in, and now I can start to really get some flows.
That also goes back to that dance element, right? I mean, if you can get right back to where the enemy is, then you can continue the Foxtrot.
Yeah.
Well, if you know you've rolled 20 meters away from the enemy and now you have to, you know, catch a bus to get back to where they are, it takes you out of the flow of combat, you know? So I think those gap closers are a really important but underappreciated part of combat.
Yeah, I agree completely. I also like that we're now using Foxtrot.
Let's get that in the documentation.
Yeah, let's get that in the documentation.
So yeah, something Lords 23 was praised for was the ability to really specialize in a certain play style. Sort of, you know, melee is a given, but, you know, as a spellcaster,
finally
you could have up to 5 spells at any one time. I know that, not that I did myself, but being a ranged attacker as well was very viable in our games as well.
Let's talk.
This is something that you've been looking into, Dan.
What are we doing?
Anything you can tell us about how Lords 2 takes that even further this time?
Yeah, I think one of the best parts about Lords 23 is that, unlike in other games, you didn't have to make compromises. You know, I personally like to play characters that, you know, do wield and have like a little bit of like spells on the side. Yeah. And it's difficult to play that kind of style for like Elden Ring, you know, when you're constantly swapping out your pieces of equipment, but you don't have to make those kinds of decisions in Lords 23. So we're trying to make it easier to go into and out of a spellcasting stance from melee and really get players flowing seamlessly between like their range stance and their melee stance so that they can integrate both of those styles of play into their combat loops without having to necessarily fiddle around on the controller and fight for control of the lamp too. The player has a lot of optionality. I want
to look at that again.
Easier to go into and out of a spellcasting stance from melee and really
God, she looks good. God, she looks good.
get players flowing seamlessly between like their range stance and their melee stance so that they can integrate both of those.
Oh yeah, the javelins. They're bringing it back. What about staffs? What about the staffs? Is there staffs? Is there wands? Is there books?
Flowing seamlessly between like their range stance and their melee stance so that they can integrate both of those styles of play into their combat loops without having to necessarily
Hey, yeah, you got your ass
controller and fight for control of the land.
Wait, is that the guy with the metal head? Is that him? Yo, he's way bigger.
Stance and their melee stance. So
Not
they can
him.
integrate
Yo, he's got 2 shields? What the fuck?
both of those styles of play into their combat loops without having to necessarily fiddle around on the control.
That's the guy. That's who he's creepier than this. Oh god.
Controller and fight for control of the lamp too. The player has a lot of options.
Yo, the fire. Nice with the fire. Staffs?
Finality. So we've taken that strength of not having to choose from Lords 23, and I think we've turned it up to 11 for this title.
It's one of my favourite parts of Lords 2. It really is like being able to have that variety. And when you find yourself in those moments of just like slash, pull a catalyst out, throw a spell out, then go back and then actually like launch a javelin, it like feels like I'm tooled, right? It's like I'm just built for war, essentially, and I've got all of these things to mess around with, so...
Yeah, but what about the focus of magic? Was there staffs in the previous game? What about somebody that's just focusing on... I know you could make magic builds in the previous one, I know that, but is there more love to just magic? Was there staffs in the previous one? Lords of the Fallen... Was there staffs? No, that's the wrong game. Are versatile? Okay. Fascinating. Okay, they did. There was literally only like there's literally only 3 staffs. Like pole arms. Yeah, there was only like 3 staffs. Okay. Devs, you need to do something. You need to upgrade the magic. You're focusing too much on melee. What about people having a pure magic build? What about magic armor, magic leather armor, magic clothing armor, magic weapons, books, staffs? You're concentrating way too much. There was only how many magic weapons? Vast array of magic focused weapons across 3 distinct. I know about the schools. Yeah, holy chaos, umbral, got it. There was catalyst. I remember the catalyst. Cast spells which could be equipped. Weapon variety, numerous weapons scale from magic stats, including unique boss. Okay, it's not giving me much information. Bows, catalysts. How many catalysts were there? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay, we got a lot of catalysts. Okay, that's fine. There's a good amount of catalysts. What about other things than catalysts? Daggers, fists, longsword, hammer, great swords, great hammer, flails, pole arms, that's basically halberds. There's no staffs. Okay. We need to do something about that. Yeah, there needs to be a focus on, yeah. They're catalysts, but wouldn't it be cool to have something other than catalysts? Like a staff. There's a big concentration. Here's another one. Here's another one. Like, they added a whole bunch of ammunition things, which is cool, by the way. I think the ammunition thing is cool. You got bolts, javelins, flasks. You got bombs, you got grenades, you got arrows. Great, awesome, cool. I'm glad for that. You even got hatchets. Awesome. How many bows do you have in the game? How many crossbows? You got 8 crossbows in the whole entire game. Okay, that's pretty normal. You got a lot of catalysts, but it seems like the catalyst seems to be the main thing. There's no staffs, like for staff magic. Nobody can go around being Gandalf. How many bows? 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. There's 10 bows. How many axes? Okay, that's you like axes. There's a lot of axes. There's a lot of love for the axes. No wands, no books. I guess a catalyst could be a book, I guess. That would be cool. It's like there's a lot of love for long swords, hammers, pole arms, short swords, spears. Anything that's a sword, you are eating good. But the bows, and there's no staffs. There's no they might be considered pole arms. Yeah, it's pretty much catalyst. Elden Ring. Magic weapons types. Elden Ring, intelligent. Special armament can be infused with magic, cold flame. Not that. I just mean magic weapons. Sorcerer of its primary intelligence. Of course, you got your great swords. Yeah, you got those. But I'm talking about like weapons. Rivers of blood. I know there's a shield. I know there's weapons like that, but how many wands? How many? Yeah, how many wand? How many? Not wands, but I don't think Elden Ring has wands. No, that is the wand. Okay, staffs. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. Okay, that's not fair because this is Elden Ring and they got money, but they have a lot of staffs. They have a lot of staffs. But what about other things besides staffs? Equipment, spear, ashes, skills, spell list, sorceries, incantations, armor, talismans. No, not talismans. Not talismans, that's different. Ashes of War. I'm looking at weapons. We got weapons. Elden Ring weapon types. Hey, here we go. Colossal weapons. Halberds. Love halberds. They're not pole arms, they're halberds. We got light bows. They got light bows, ballistas, crossbows, great bows, bows. They got a lot of stuff for ranged. Glintstone staffs, sacred seals, and the tools. Tools doesn't count. That's not really. They got throwing stuff, but they have a lot of staffs. How many sacred seals? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. They got like 13 or 14 different seals. That's related to magics as well. And they got a lot of bows, a lot of stuff for ranged. Ranged is getting a lot of love. Magic has some love as well. But yes, of course they have a lot of melee weapons. But there is a lot of love. Beast claws. Oh, even the I'm not going to count the ammunitions like the perfume bottles or the beast claws. I'm just trying to count stuff that's magic based. They got a lot of stuff for like ranged like bows and stuff like that and crossbows. But they do have a great deal of staffs. Like I'm thinking, if there's one thing that I like about Avowed, which is crazy that I'm mentioning Avowed right now. If there's one thing that I appreciate about Avowed, you have a large array of different magic type weapons. You got a spear, you got an orb. I think there's an orb. Is there an orb? I know there's an orb. There's orbs, there's books, there's staffs, and I believe there's wands. Fucking great.
It's a really
That's it. That's the only compliment Avowed is gonna get.
Cool. It's a new
staff is a type of catalyst though, but they also have seals as well. Well, but you know what I'm saying, right?
Flow of Souls-like combat that I have not seen, which I feel is really interesting.
And something I think we can confirm that many players will be appreciative of is the fact that the lamp has a dedicated button this time.
Yes, it does. Yes. We learn a lot from Lotf 23, and controller mappings, as I think everyone in this room knows, is back and forth. It is a hard thing to nail. We have to do a lot there to really look at a myriad of edge cases. Yeah. Luckily for us, we do have Lotf 23 as a base, right? So we know what players really liked, we know what they didn't like so much, but we feel that we are pushing it forward this time.
I mean, especially in this game where the player has so many options available to them and there are only so many buttons on the controller. Like, it takes some time to get this right. Yeah. We're still working on it, but I'm really hopeful that it's going to be good.
Yeah. But when we have these chats and we're going back and forth about layouts, I mean, we all share the same opinions of what we don't want players to have. Like, I hate spider handing, like across the controller and weird configurations, especially in Souls-likes, where it's just like, it feels like I'm trying to crack a safe just to get sprint running.
That's the cardinal sin for me.
Yep, exactly.
The claw just to run.
Just the claw. I don't get it. I never have got it. Right. So we all have those kind of, we're all on the same page with those things, and we want to solve those things. And yes, I think we've got something pretty cool coming where people are going to feel, the controller, you just flow around it rather than having to work against it.
Okay, let's end on a fun one then. So I know a lot of players are excited about this, as we've teased it a number of times. What can you tell us about the new Scythe weapon class?
My favorite weapon class. So I'll start from what its identity really. Like when we talk about the Scythe internally, I want to be a Grim Reaper. I want to be harvesting souls, and that's kind of always what we've wanted to get out of it. So with the Scythe, I mean, not only the weapon, but also kind of having a build around it.
Nice.
It's very much about area control. And you can literally be carving multiple enemies out, moving yourself around the space, and really being able to dominate an area. The one thing that Scythe also has is it can be very honed in on one target as well. So it's quite a multi-tool, but it really depends how you want to play with it. So you can really face off against a big enemy and just start reaping, but you can really go against these big hordes and just really carve them all into pieces. But how players balance that of when to trigger those types of attacks, that's going to be the fun thing. So it's a bit of a multi-purpose tool, but I would say based around area control and area dominance. Like, you need to feel like the fucking Grim Reaper when you're walking around with that thing, and we are pushing, so you will feel like it.
And the animations are just...
They're sick.
They are.
So cool.
It flows so nicely. It's like hard to stop attacking because it's like water.
Absolutely.
You keep attacking, and then you get punished for it. But you don't want to stop. It's just so fun.
So one of the it's like I don't know if it's like a therapy thing at the end of the day, but you've had a day full of meetings and you just want to decompress. I will go into the level gym. I'll hit 6, spawn every enemy,
and do a foxtrot.
I will put ultimate stamina on, so no stamina depletion, and then 1-hit kills, and I'll just go reap
that could be a
about
good
10
custom
minutes.
modifier. No stamina depletion.
Don't
comment below if you want that.
Cool.
That brings us to Under the Lamplight. This is our section of each monthly video where we answer your questions. So, first question comes from White Zet. The first game had a lot of narrow hallways and roads, making most areas feel narrow and small. Does the sequel have more wide areas?
Yes, there's a lot more contrast in space across the entire game this time. You will still have those corridors where you have to think and you don't know what's behind them, and you're like, well, I need to really take this, but that will usually lead to a bit of an expansive arena, and that's a really big lesson that was taken away from 2023. It's like,
that makes sense.
Space. It's fine, but it needs to work with your encounter. So our combat team and our level design team work in lockstep in really crafting these areas. So every space is built for a battle, which is super fun to see. And even teasing, like I said, like going down a corridor and not knowing what's around the corner, you will then get to a space where it's like, okay, I can really open up here and do some stuff.
Yeah, that's a fucking lie. Because I can't trust these guys because. If I remember correctly, this is from a different game, Dark Souls 3, there was an open space and there was a fucking chest at the opposite side of the fucking open space, and then what fell on me was a giant fucking spider. Fuck that.
Also, to even go one step further, the world is a lot more wide. It's a bit more wide angle. You know, when you see in those films where it has the cinema bars and then it kind of like opens up.
Yes.
Sinners being my main reference there recently. That's kind of like Lords 2. Like, you know, Lords 23 had those cinema bars and now it's just slowly gone up, and now the space is bigger. It's on IMAX. So vistas are farther, and when you have big vistas, you have big space.
Good answer.
No claws? Oh yeah, claws would be dope.
So, question 2 comes from Identity Theft 23. They ask, will there be spells/incantations revolving around the moon/night? I want to be a moon knight.
Okay. Yeah, you'll be a moon knight. I wouldn't suggest it.
I wouldn't want to be a moon knight.
I wouldn't want to be a moon knight.
Lore-wise, bad idea.
But you will, the Moon Knight's spellcasting class is possibly one of my favorites.
They're referring to the lore of the Moon Knight, which is, everybody knows the story of the Moonlight Greatsword. Very sad.
You're going to be able to do some really cool stuff. But they'll also be able to do some pretty rough stuff to you. So yeah, you will be able to cosplay as a Moon Knight.
Nice. And this question relates to that, actually. It's from Uncle Deshays. He says, will you, Uncle, will you keep the magic system from the previous game where you can allot spells to different buttons? That was my absolute favourite feature.
Yes. These names are getting weirder and weirder as the weeks go by, dude. Yes, kind of, again, what Dan was saying, like variety is a spice of death, right? So we want players to be able to really customise those builds and really find their own styles. And spellcasting is something that's close to my heart for Souls-likes. It's always on my second playthrough. I play as a spellcaster. So
Second playthrough, bitch. Second playthrough. We're talking, you don't, a second playthrough, not on your first playthrough.
Oh yeah, we want to give as much to you as we possibly can.
Final question comes from Masood Janem. And I think this is a bit of a hark back to the Scion conversation we had. But do you pronounce it as Scythe or Scythe?
It's a scythe, right?
Absolutely.
I've never heard anyone say scythe.
On Earth? Okay.
What, do you?
Scythe? A scythe.
You thought that's what it was?
No. I was asking who would say
I think it might be a joke, but we did a post on social about scythe.
Oh, yeah.
And someone said about British pronunciation.
Liar. He's a liar.
I was gonna ask you about that.
You got trolled.
You pronounce it the same, right?
You got one guide.
I was going to say I'm not British. Yeah.
Yeah. I didn't get what
understand
that.
that.
If anyone understands,
You got one guide.
Yeah.
They got one guide. They got one guide. He just came out and he trolled.
Let's know.
We didn't also get the Scion thing.
David was the only one who thought Scion.
All right, that is the video, guys. Thank you so much. I'm excited for Lords of the Fallen 2. Can't wait for that to come out. We'll talk about something else. Y'all take care. All right. Okay. We're going to dive right into this. What is this? What is this? What do you want? Okay, that's what it was. Okay. The smurfing issue? What? Somebody said on here saying, I honestly don't see Marvel Rivals surviving past the summer if they don't address the matchmaking and smurfing issue. You think that there's no smurfing in Overwatch? There's smurfing in every game. The matchmaking we might have a conversation in, but that melds with the smurfing. I don't know what this person's talking about because I've been having some really good like matches in Overwatch because I'm getting better and using the proper characters that I want. If you're just a quick play person and you keep on losing, that's on you. That's not on everybody else. That's on you. Okay? And who cares if you lose? At least you get some kills. You know? Okay. All right. Oh, I got some Icewind Dale playing. Hold on. Hold on. Hold up. Hey. Look at the wheels below. Wait, am I gonna get in trouble for this? We're changing that one. We're changing that one. Hold on. There we go. Trash activists. Okay. Hey everybody, this is Mr. Hardcore Mode where nothing is easy. Warriors and witches, how y'all doing? And God bless. We are here to talk about the activist that is not a voice actor. She's an activist, not a voice actor. She's an activist. Well, Overwatch has finally came out and capitulated with what she wanted, not anybody else, what she wanted, and 35, maybe 300 of her friends who belong in an insane asylum. And your character that you have seen, Anran, who is an attractive female, I believe I got a picture of her right here with that looks like Mai. Here's what's going to happen to your character. Where is she? Perfect picture. Boom. Oh, she's so pretty. Oh man, she's so beautiful. Let me get a better picture. There we go. Open image and okay, here we go. This is your character. This is your character. You see this character? Beautiful. Cute. Actually fucking cute. You know what they want? You know which one they want? This is the one they want. This is the one that she wants. This one with the big... You're supposed to be Chinese. Chinese women, surprisingly, have a smaller fucking nose and a cuter feature. Probably not for this bitch, but the Chinese women over there in China actually are a little bit more appealing than the ones that you get over here in the West. So we're gonna get this ugly fucking version that was in a cartoon with horrible fucking art. We're gonna get this shit all covered up, big fucking lips, big nose. Still has those, but now she's got two giant fucking moles on her eyes, and then this is what she's got. Big fucking what's it called? Big fucking eyebrows. This is what you're gonna get. This is the thing that they want. This is somebody's Latino auntie right here. So we're gonna listen to what they have said. Here we go.
Hey everyone, thank you all for the
gay. This is why they chose. Oh, I'm gay. I should listen to activists. No wonder the fucking lead person of Overwatch left a long time ago. He just couldn't deal with these kind of idiots.
Incredible reception to last week's Spotlight event. We're sorting through all the questions, comments, excitement, and feedback that you've all shared, and I wanted to take a moment to address one thing in particular. The team is currently discussing what it will take to make Onron look and feel more like the fierce older sister that we all envision her.
I want you all to know this. The character is already out. The character is already available. The character has skins. The character is out right now. The character is out right fucking now. So, the people that enjoy her look, which is a majority of people that enjoy her look right now, are going to get their character completely changed because of an activist fucking mental illness. So that, it's like, perfect example. You like Psylocke from Marvel Rivals or just Marvel? You like Psylocke? Attractive Japanese character, right? It's like and you just spent money on her skins. You just spent money on her skins. You like Psylocke from Marvel Rivals. And then the lead voice actor said, hey, change it to a fucking ugly broad. So now all of your skins and that character that you chose because you like the way she looks and you like the way she plays, now you're fucked over because of that bitch.
To be. We're so proud of the work that our team has put into Onron and the rest of the 5 heroes launching in Season 1, and we agree that she can be even better if we get this.
How can she be even better when you already have a line of people already playing your fucking game? You are reaching top numbers right now, and everything has been green check marks. What do you mean even better? It's like turning in your homework with your name on it, and then the teacher looks at it and says like, holy shit, you did a good job. This is a 100%. And then you take the fucking paper back and erase your fucking name and said, why did you erase your name? I need to grade your paper. Well, I wanted to come back and ruin it. Well, if you're not going to put the name on your work, I'm going to give you a failing grade. Yeah, but I think it's going to be even better if I erase my name. You know what would be even greater is if I erased 2 answers or changed some answers. I'm already at 100% on the test, but wouldn't it be cool if I took off my name off the test and changed 2 of my answers? But you have a 100%. Yeah, but it's not 110%. You can't get any higher than 110%.
This aspect of her right in game. We discussed sharing this with all of you last week, but wanted to wait until we had confirmation of exactly what we can do. We're hoping to make this update in Season 1, but I don't have specifics to share just yet. Our hero models are incredibly complicated, and
they're not complicated. You just released 5 and you got 5 more coming out. You guys finally came out and said, Marvel Rivals is kicking my ass. We need to change a few things. Albeit, it's not going to last long. The only reason that you guys are reaching top numbers right now is because you brought in crazy amounts of characters, which, by the way, does it equate to how much of a stretch they've been trying to bring in characters? Like, for a while before this update, Overwatch has been stagnant on a lot of characters. Now they're just coming back and coming like, well, we got to have the same number of characters like in Marvel Rivals. We got to have that much characters. By the way, they're never going to beat Marvel Rivals. You want to know why? It's Marvel. People like Spider-Man, people like Captain America, people like Jean Grey, people like Psylocke, people like Wolverine, people like Deadpool. You think you're going to beat Marvel? The Marvel that has been around for centuries? That's been around for a while?
We really need to test.
I do appreciate the competition, though. I want these two companies to bat heads. But if they're going to do this whole thing where they change characters to be ugly, be my fucking guest.
Out what we can do. We're always striving to make Overwatch better, and
You already did. You already did. Now, you didn't bring in the skill tree fucking PvE system that was promised, but you're doing okay now. But it's temporary.
I think Season 1 is a great example of the dedication and tireless work that our team puts into this game, its universe, and ultimately our players. And we're so excited to share it with all of you when Season 1 launches tomorrow. Thanks for the feedback and support. We couldn't do this without all of you. Please keep it coming.
Oh, yeah. Okay, so let's just keep on changing characters. By the way, this is Freya. Thank you for hearing us out. This is why you're the best. Thank you for all your hard work. Much love. Half of the comments in this tweet are even from Chinese people or people. What the fuck is happening? Wait, what do you mean? Half of the comments in this tweet aren't even from Japanese people. What do you or people? So wait, so let me get this straight. Just because they're not Japanese, just because they're not Chinese, doesn't make them any less of a person. And then you say, or people. So straight off the bat, this person is a literal scumbag that doesn't care about people's opinions. So there's that. And then Freya says, bots and incels most likely, with a yawn emoji. So she's just a flat out literal fucking twat waffle. She's a fucking little scumbag moron who actually doesn't care about the player at all. So anybody that disagrees with her is an incel. What a little bitch. What a little fag. So let's keep going. Dispraru says, let this be the final nail in the coffin of the argument that hot women exist in media for women and lesbians too. No, intersexual competition will always create the fugly munters to make them feel better. Exactly. Choose your target demographic and make it exclusively for them. Ignore the harpies. It's funny. Meanwhile, Marvel Rivals, which is Chinese, rather than listening to a Canadian culturally appropriating between being Chinese. Very fucking true. We are already at the alt-right insult excuse for the enraged feminist that the video game character is hotter than her. Them bots, weird way to refer to straight men, not into the butch ones. Seems to be her preference, a man. Oh my gosh, what a bunch of fucking losers. What a bunch of fucking losers. This is the character that they want. This is what they want. This person says insufferable entitlement. Exactly. Blizzard ignores the Chinese player base to please one Canadian activist. No wonder AI is coming to replace VAs. It's coming. And they made their bed. You are hired to play a character, not turn that character into what you want. Lose the ego. And plus, China's thinking about it. Not China's thinking about it. China has already done it. They have replaced people for AI. They are close. Listen, last time I checked, China has destroyed every mosque or anything that is trying to change their culture. They will eliminate any fucking white liberal women or Asian fucking Canadian. They will eliminate you from the equation. They don't give a fuck. You know what What do Chinese people call Chinese out of China? I know it's an insult. I know it's an insult. I know they got it. Well, there's a term remained for unmarried women, but this is probably related to her because I don't see a ring finger on her. She's considered a Xing Nu, which is a leftover woman. A term reflecting Western-centric, negative, and stereotypical, often submissive views of Asian women. China doll. Jesus Christ. Jesus. Yeah, they got offensive words up on here. They do. I'll leave it at that. I knew they had it. So this is what she had to say. Prepare your ears, everybody.
Maria, voice of Honor here. Hi. Y'all, they listened.
She's got the crazy eyes. It's always the crazy eyes.
Because of all of you speaking up.
Not a lot, just you.
Play Overwatch just put out a post with Aaron Keller talking about the intricacies of what a face redesign is going to look like. And it really seems like they're going to do it. Because of y'all, we might just end up getting the best version of Honor we can.
The best version of Onron is already here. The character is already available. Their character is already out. You have literally just fucked over millions of fans in Overwatch who play this character that was like, oh, she seems cool, she seems cute, and you just turned her into you.
Who is not just beautiful, but also strong and brave and a little cunty.
Jesus Christ. We need to bring back bullying. We really need to bring back bullying. We shoved these people in lockers, bro. It's like, oh my gosh, this Quirk Chungus bullshit.
So, I hope you have so much fun.
We had fun! We had fun! It was all about you, you miserable fucking hag!
Thank you for caring. Thank you for speaking up and being so kind.
Thank you for agreeing with me.
I'll see you out there. I'm probably going to be streaming all of next week, so link's going to be in bio.
Yeah, don't quit your day job.
Or bio, and I'll meet you out there. Have so much fun.
We had fun, and you fucked it up. It's like you're enjoying a really nice cooked meal. Maybe some, oh my God, I could go for some stuffed bell peppers or something, and then somebody shitting your stuffed bell peppers, and then she leaves and goes, hope you enjoy. And I'm like, nigga, you just shit. They literally, people just bought fucking, bro, hold up. Let me get this straight. Wait a minute. Let me get this straight. Can't people get their money back if you change the character like this? Hold on. Because this is the character right now. Hold on. She's already available. Yeah, she's already available. There's already skins. Okay. I want to put this on here. Question. Question Overwatch. Possible. Money back from skins of Onron. Is it possible to get my money back from skins of Onron because you have changed her after she has been released? I purchased if I purchased a skin of hers because I like the way she looks, but you change her face, I deserve a return. It's true. Is it possible to get my money back from skins of Onron because you are going to change her after she has been released? If I purchased a skin of hers because I like the way she looks, but you change her face, I deserve a return. And that's a good question. That's a good question. Because you came here to see this. You're like, oh, she's cool. Oh, she's hot. Oh, she's cute. I might have my girlfriend or somebody cosplay as her. I like the way she looks. And then you come out of nowhere and make her look like she's in GTA fucking 6. Like you come out and make her look like this. What's the deal? No, seriously, what's the deal? So I think it would make sense that people would get a return. You gave us this. This is the way she looks. I should get a return. I'm curious. I think that should be in people's on people's mind to get a return, because this is literally bullshit. This furrow was 100% correct. What is 100% correct? And so you get all this in Marvel Rivals, and they stick with it. There's no conversation going around about, like, the only conversation that people are having right now is matchmaking and when is Cyclops gonna come out. I'm waiting on Cyclops. I want Cyclops to be here pronto. Nobody's worried too much about the way characters look. They are just ready to play. There's actually a new character about to be released called Elsa Bloodstone. Looks pretty cool, attractive. Nobody's bitching, complaining. And if anybody complains to Guang Guang here, they get sent to the fucking gulag. That's just it. That's just how it's gonna be. So anyway, I wanted to leave it over there. Leftover Chinese women are at it again, ruining everything that we enjoy. Fuck this fucking bitch. Okay. All right. It has been a day, guys. It has been a day. Thank you so much. 4 hours on the money, on the dot. There we go, boys. Thank you. Thank you so much for being here, guys. I will see you guys again tomorrow for some more Deus Ex. I'm excited to play some. I'll see you guys next time. Take care. Y'all have a wonderful day. Thank you for the support. You guys have been pushing me through this whole entire year, and we're just going to keep all rolling. Let's go ahead and do this. I want to play some video games. Peace. Take it easy, guys. Thank you for being here.